1982. And today, 30 years later, we have the honor of receiving once again the authorities that come from 17 countries of the different sub-regions to strengthen our cooperation relations and to exchange knowledge and experiences regarding public policies for the promotion of housing and the development of integrated and sustainable territories for the benefit of all our citizens and peoples. MINURVI has the permanent council of its technical secretariat formed by UN Habitat and ECLAC that is receiving us today in this historic building and in this room that is in honor of Raúl Previch. And for this reason, we would like to invite the General Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Salazar, so that he gives his welcoming remarks. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Mr. Carlos Montes Cisternas, Minister of Housing of Chile and President of MINURVI 2021-22, Ms. Maria Jose Torres, Coordinator of the UN system in Chile, Mr. Elkin Velázquez, Regional Director of UN Habitat, Ms. Georgiana Praga Orillat, UN Program for Development, Ms. Reina Irene Mejia, President of the Inter-American Development Bank, Ms. Emil Rodriguez, the Director of Habitat and Sustainable Mobility of CAF, Latin American Development Bank, estimated Minister of Government Entities and International organizations and regional organizations that accompany us. This is a great honor and to participate in this organization of this 31st General Assembly of the Forum of Ministers and Highest Authorities of Housing and Urbanism of Latin America and the Caribbean, MINURVI. This is a regional meeting whose purpose is to promote housing that is dignified and proper, sustainable human development, also the adaptation to climate change. It is a pleasure to receive you in a building that is considered a milestone of modern architecture, and this also shows the durable character of human constructions, for example, housing and cities. This meeting allows us to consider housing and cities as opportunities to foster economic reactivation, decreasing the social and environmental gaps, and making a reality the transforming recovery. All of this as we try to comply with the 2030 agenda and the new urban agenda. Today we meet with lessons learned. The pandemic will go into history not only as the greatest health and environmental crisis of the recent history, but also the first of human and global character. And this has affected the urban areas in the planet, like 82%, 8 cities of more than 5 million people, and also 45 that have more than 1 million people. And this was particularly affected by the pandemics. This occurred in a context of an insufficiency of the development model that requires deep transformations in the directions that we mentioned at the 39th period session of ECLAC that was celebrated on the 24th and 25th of October in Buenos Aires. And I see that there is a synthesis that has been distributed of the document that we presented at that time. And during this crisis, we lived the importance of housing as a space for refuge and for self-care. But crowding affects more than 55% of the urban homes that are found under the line of poverty, and 1/3 of the housing is in critical conditions. Despite of this, the resources assigned from the central government to the housing sector have dropped on average in the region to represent 0.61% of the GDP, and this is the lowest level than was registered a decade ago. So the cost of construction per square meter has increased on average in a sample of 11 countries in 23% between June 2021 and June 2020 and January 2021. This increase has a serious regressive effect that conspires against the possibility of acquiring or improve housing solutions. And if we add the highest levels of poverty, labor informality, and the disacceleration of mortgage help, we conclude that for the next years, we are going to have an expansion of precarious settlements in the region beyond the 17.7% of the urban center that to 2020 lived in marginal areas. Compared to other areas in our countries, we first build and then we create the city. And this poses challenges in terms of governance, the financing, and also the integrality of interventions. And this is where you have a significant role to play. In our vision, the sustainable urban development requires a multi-sectoral and multi-level approach that considers housing as a part of a sector or a system that can generate reactivation and dynamism for economic activities and employment, and also reduce the environmental gap as public policies are implemented. So this is one of the sectors with the greatest potential to foster selective growth and also sustainability. The lack of integration is obvious when we consider that only 9 out of 28 of urban policies tackle climate change directly in connection with housing, or that only 6 out of 28 countries contemplate a link between human rights and housing. The construction of housing, just as the rehabilitation and expansion of existing houses, can expand the economy because it has a multiplying effect and can reduce social gaps and reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. In ECLAC, we have estimated that an increase in 1% in the growth in construction sector leads to an expansion of 0.7% of the growth of the GDP per capita. In parallel to the use of land and consolidated areas of the cities and also the areas that are underused, this is a way of using existing urban infrastructures, including transportation systems. And it is feasible through the inspiration of this great fostering to rebuild human settlements that fosters more productivity and also emphasizes transit that is better aligned with the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. Housing development requires a single input, the soil, which constitutes the greatest asset of society. 2/3 of the net global wealth is concentrated in real estate, mostly in land. This is fundamental. There is increase in value that results from public investments and regulations are shared with the society as is established in the new urban agenda. These cities must become instruments of redistribution and inclusion, guaranteeing the access to services and public spaces that are of quality and safe. The role of sustainable mobility here is fundamental. For most of the population, public transportation not only is an alternative, but also is the only option available. It is urgent to reconsider urban mobility and transportation services as another of the key sectors for selective growth that is dynamic, inclusive, and with a lower fingerprint. However, the large opportunities that this provides for productive diversification towards electric buses or in the electrification of used vehicles, for example, has not been totally exploited. Better mobility conditions, regardless of the technology, favors the homes with the lowest incomes and also particularly women. However, the operation of public transportation systems is at risk. Mexico and Bogota estimate about 10% of their budgets for subsidies in the limited present offer. The location of new social housing will allow better access to cities. It is not only to comply with the housing goals that are already built and to leave isolated settlements. We need to reduce the housing deficit and to help these homes and provide them opportunities to generate a way of life and contributing to their well-being. More than 20% of the houses don't have transportation, formal public transportation, less than 10 minutes of their residence. And this figure is increasing for inhabitants of informal settlements. I conclude by highlighting that it is important to talk about sustainable development and structural change without talking about urban realities. And I invite you to continue with this important strategy in the Sustainable Development Forum in ECLAC in April 2023, and where we will review the situation in the region regarding compliance of the 2030 agenda, including these SDG 11 cities and sustainable communities. I congratulate you for your efforts and for your commitment, and I wish you a very productive assembly. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al secretario ejecutivo.
We thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, for his words, and also from the Technical Secretary of MINURVI, Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean of UN Habitat, Elkin Velasquez, wanted to be here and also greet us. Good morning, all of you. Welcome, ministers and ministries of sustainable development and human settlements of Latin America and the Caribbean for this, your home of the UN ECLAC. And we also consider this our home. Our cordial greetings on behalf of our Executive Director, Maimouna Monsharif, Undersecretary of the UN, who could not be here today because she had a very full agenda in these past weeks of the year. So I'm going to share with you the messages that she requested me to convey to you, so as to introduce this meeting, but also to present the central proposal of UN Habitat from the perspective of the new urban agenda. Cordial greetings, Minister Carlos Montes Cisterna of Chile, pro tempore President of MINURVI. Greetings also to our colleague and new Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, who is, this is the first time that he accompanies us in this MINURVI meeting. Also, greeting to all our friends for sustainable urban development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to start by acknowledging the important work that has been carried out this year in MINURVI under the leadership of the pro tempore chairmanship of Chile. Mr. Minister, I highlight that Chile has given an additional step in the work done by MINURVI, and it is now the reference forum for all the authorities in the region regarding the implementation of the new urban agenda and also projection of the housing principles that are proper for the region. So please, you can count with UN Habitat and ECLAC as a technical secretary of this important forum for the region. And I would like to say also that the work done by MINURVI and their proposals are still a reference for the work on site, for localized work, that this is what materializes the specific guidelines of MINURVI. I also would like to mention that 2022 has not been a year like the other ones. 2022 has been the year to confront at least 3 global crises. Of course, we try to go out of the social economic impact of COVID, and we are still working in the region to face the climate crisis and also the impact of the conflict in Eastern Europe, which has been felt in our economies, and not only our economies in abstract terms. Our communities are feeling this in their own places in the settlements of Latin America and the Caribbean. And given this situation, besides the important efforts that are being developed from each of our governments in the region, we see the importance of responding to crisis with optimism, of course, and also with hard work from the territory. And we want to highlight that Latin America and the Caribbean this year has been particularly prolific in new work proposals that translate the new urban agenda, that translate the development agenda into concrete and transforming facts. Facts that many communities are now seeing as a glimmer of hope. We can put examples in Cuba, in Pinar del Rio, and even responding to a very important event that affected the lives of many families after Ian, the Hurricane Ian, under the leadership of the territorial or land use planning Ministry of Cuba. An integrated proposal has been established to reconstruct housing, not only in the area, but in the surroundings. And this is inspired in the new urban agenda and in the work of MINURVI. We have also seen in Curridabat, in Costa Rica, Curridabat has become an example at the regional level on how to build in these global scenarios, economic and economically sustainable and climatically sustainable housing. This is an example that nourishes the conversations and that nourishes us with knowledge of concrete actions of these examples that allow us to transform and to transfer the new elements of the urban agenda to the realities on the ground. So I want to remind you also what we have been developing in Honduras, in San Jose de las Colinas. We have seen there some rural communities and intermediate and small municipalities that are promoting the development of housing through self-construction, but always thinking on how to inspire themselves on what other countries have done in the region. And they have inspired themselves in what Mexico has done. It is a pleasure to have you here, those who have led the process of self-construction. And also, the common proposal is inspired in the new urban agenda and inspired in the new global agendas. And there are many more examples that you have developed in this very long year of the work of MINURVI. So the corollary is the importance of complementing the work that has been done from this forum, from this perspective of exchange on the guidelines for the following years with the operationalization on ground. And for United Nations, this gives it an additional responsibility. How do we go from 30,000 feet where we have our global agendas and the ones that you have provided us so that we can promote, so that we can land them and put them on the ground? And also the importance of going from pilot cases to the implementation at scale. So in the conversation that we have every day with you and with all of you in our countries, you tell us about the difficulties of building the framework that allows us to go to scale. We have many proposals in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have good examples and specific cases, pilot cases. We also have work networks as significant support of the development banks of the region and other organizations. We have spaces for a meeting. For example, the most recent one at the University of Guadalajara, the International Summit of Habitat. We have all of that, but now the question is, how are we going to put this into scale? And to put this into scale, this is where we need to go back to MINURVI so that we can ask the question to you, ministers, what could be those pathways? And of course, you can count with the UN in general and with us working hand in hand with ECLAC, but also with all the UN system. And here we have our colleague from the UNDP. So we will continue promoting support so that you can adapt the new generation of national urban policies. And number two, to be heedful from the UN to accompany you in the development and innovation of new generation instruments that will allow us to go from those examples, those pilot cases, and to put them at scale in uh, financial structuring, in integrated structuring, in social integration, and an inclusive mindset to have integral urban operations and also urban strategies. And the metaphors that you use and that commentators and experts, international experts use, that the name that they give these operations are the integral improvement of bio-sustainable areas, biodiverse cities. This is a term that has been coined to integrate the perspective of biodiversity on the cities, and many other names that are being given so that they fulfill this goal of developing, and I'm going to say this in this way, a revolution of proximities. We need guidelines, pathways, visions, and that emerges from here. We need joint work frameworks. Here we create, and we are called here to do this, but above all, to listen to communities in their areas. We need more action at a transforming scale. And this group of examples that you have developed, you can count that from you, and we will permanently be available for you so that we can accompany you in this goal. So I will end by saying that the UN has established a coalition, 2030 coalition, because this territorial actions also has to do with the SDGs. And in Bilbao, Spain, with our General Undersecretary of UN, Amina Mohamed, our Executive Director, Maimouna Moncharif, and the Administrator of the UNDP, Joaquin Steiner, they have recently launched a secretariat for 2030 location. This is connected to the SDG fund. And right now they are developing in this secretariat, our colleagues are developing the instruments and mechanisms that will allow many of these concrete action on the ground may aspire to be benefited by this fund. So we will talk later on about the evolution of this, but this is pointing towards this reasoning. So June 5th to the 9th, 2022, we will have the second UN Habitat meeting in Nairobi. And we aspire from the UN to have you there so that Latin America and the Caribbean that is 40% of the good practices in our database, and we are very good in pilot projects and work models, so that we can play this role at the global level and inspiring other countries, inspiring other regions on how to move ahead in the new urban agenda. So I would like to thank you again for the trust that from the member states have deposited in us in this technical secretariat of MINURVI. We are here to accompany this process, and we wish you the best and the most productive of discussions for the communities in the settlements that are waiting for the messages that you are going to provide here. Thank you very much. We thank the regional representative for Latin America and the Caribbean for his opening remarks. The UN Program for Development oversees reduction of inequalities and reduction of poverty through permanent collaboration in its member states. Now we invite Gordiana Braga Borillat, who is a resident representative of the UN DP in Chile, to give us her remarks. Good morning. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here this morning. I would like to start by greeting our hosts, Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and also Carlos Montes, Minister of Housing and Urbanism of the Republic of Chile, Undersecretary Tatiana Rojas. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure for me to be here, and also to greet Elkin Velasquez and all the delegation of UN Habitat that are part, together with ECLAC of MINURVI, and also representatives of the Inter-American Development Bank, the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, and also the different delegations that are accompanying us today, including ministers, highest authorities of housing and urbanism in Latin America and the Caribbean. So it is a pleasure to be here today. I think that this is a topic that we know already. It's very important. It is a core topic. Our region is the most urbanized region in the developing world. Two-thirds of the Latin American population lives in cities of more than 20,000 inhabitants, and almost 80% live in urban areas. So here, it is very important, and I think that we are in a space where architecture invites us to share and also talk about these spaces. We are working in the area of development, and we need to assume responsibilities and capacities in this challenge and in this management and planning of these urban settlements. I liked what you said, to improve and to think with positive examples of what is already happening, because that's a fact. The access to housing in a dignified manner must be seen as factors that contribute to the creation of more fair and inclusive societies. Cities must create opportunities for individuals. Therefore, if opportunities are not distributed homogeneously in the city, we force the individuals who live in these segregated areas with low income for labor and educational opportunities to be very scarce, and they need to opt for two alternatives: to travel to other areas or to have less advantageous opportunities. So we know that this places individuals under certain difficulties and creates discrimination and also division in the cities. That's why we invite you to put people in the center, at the center of the solutions for human development, and to promote inclusive communities. And this will be fundamental in order to achieve an inclusive economic and sustainable development, and to confront the multiple inequalities that affect our societies, and also to overcome the crisis that we are experiencing right now. We know there are many of those, and right now, this is also a recovery moment after COVID. The entity affects directly the accessibility of the different social groups to opportunities for employment, services, and equipment that the cities offer. Let us think about women, for example. They are the main users of public transportation and also of urban equipment. Urban spaces that are not properly lit contribute to generate unsafe spaces for women. Therefore, public transportation hours that do not respond to the needs of people that are doing housework and productive work, who need to have complex movements and also move at different hours. This attempts against the economic empowerment of women. And I would like to greet specifically the effort of the Ministry of Urbanism of Chile that is working hand in hand with the civil society on issues of care. This is very important, and this is one of the positive examples that we need to mention. Therefore, citizens need to participate actively in the decisions regarding their livelihood environments, forms of living together, and also the development of the territory. This active participation is important. People must be seen as agents of change, but this requires to generate and strengthen participation mechanisms of the citizens, as well as strategies for social formation. Therefore, the commitment guidelines and strategies that are established within the framework of this forum will be essential to promote equity in urban settlements and also to improve the living conditions of those that live there. MINURVI has played a relevant and active role in the generation of cooperation and consensus of urban policies and housing in the region, and I am sure that it will continue doing so. More than ever, we need to establish the commitment to promote urban and territorial development that is inclusive and sustainable to confront to new threats and that affect the population with climate change, and also generate resilient cities that are thinking about the people that inhabited them. And also, we would like to reinforce our commitment as the UN Program for Development to have all the support that we can provide. So I bid you a very good working day. Thank you. Thank you, representative of the UN Program for Development, Jordana Braga Orilla. And she has always also want to be a part of this meeting. We also have here Tatiana Gallegos, who is a member of the urban development of the IDB. Thank you, Minister Montes, ministers, authorities of housing and urban development. It is a pleasure to be here with you again. I'm going to be very brief because in this specific case, it has been our interim chair, Irene Mejia, that has given the highest level of commitment of this institution with MINURVI, and she has been she wants to give her own opening words. So we want to see now the video of Reina Irene. Good morning. On behalf of the IDB, it is a great pleasure to be here virtually in this important forum. I want to send a special greetings to Minister Montes, who is president of MINURVI, and also Minister Aguilera, vice president, for the invitation, and also the ministers and authorities that are present here today. I had the opportunity of greeting you, many of you, in our housing forum last September here in Washington, D.C. Your presence today, it is an example, one more example of the commitment that you have to move ahead in this topic that is so crucial in the development agenda. There is no doubt that cities are the heart of our countries, and they make the region vibrate. They contribute in more than 70% of the regional GDP, and it is in the cities where a large part of the business is concentrated, as well as political decision, economic transactions, empowerment, and also creativity. Also, the cities house 81% of the population. So this level of urbanization needs to have resilient housing, transportation, better waste management, and also a concentration of resources and energy. However, this concentration of individuals and assets make them particularly vulnerable to climate change. In our region, 60 out of 70 people that are more densely populated are close to the sea, and they're exposed to floodings and other natural phenomena. And also the urban geometry, the human activity, and also the construction materials that are used in many of our cities create heat areas that intensify the effects of climate change. And this results in very high temperatures between 4 and 10 degrees that affect the health and also the quality of air. Together with this, 2 out of 5 inhabitants live in a precarious housing, and 1 out of 5 individuals lives in informal settlements. So we are saying that 120 million inhabitants in the region live in settlements. So this is unacceptable, and it must change. Despite all these important challenges, the good news is that the concentration of climate action in cities represents an opportunity to implement actions that are of great scale and with high potential. For example, 76% of the energy demand comes from the cities, mostly associated to transportation. Cities play a significant role when reducing travel time through a proper space planning, as well as to orient mobility towards public transportation and non-motorized transportation. On the other hand, the housing sector needs to reevaluate the environmental impact it has to reduce the number of emissions. For example, in the region, construction and operation of the housing sector and also the construction sector is responsible for 24% of the energy consumption, and it is associated to 21% of the carbon emissions. The resilient infrastructure represents an additional investment of 3 to 10% of its cost. However, every dollar that is invested could be avoided at $3.5 of material losses. Latin America and the Caribbean have an economic damage that is most significant compared to other regions in the world because of natural disasters. We have areas of opportunity here to provide accessible and resilient housing to the people. We first need to update regulatory instruments, for example, the design standards and the codes of construction. Secondly, apply solutions that are based on nature and the area that is built, and also develop green certifications that are adapted to each country and each bioclimatic area. At the IDB, we have a long trajectory working in the urban sector and housing. We have carried out more than 900 projects, providing resources of almost $20 billion and supporting the government in the design and execution of public policies to accelerate the reduction of housing deficits and to foster an urban development that is sustainable and resilient. We do this through sovereign instruments that support national programs, also credit lines with development banks or some national entities. We also have financing for the private sector, and we provide technical, financial, and capacities, and also spearhead knowledge for decision-making purposes. And also, the IDB actively works as an entity that is accredited with climatic and environmental funds to promote concessions. From the IDB group, you can always count with our technical and financial support to foster the climate financing in the sector. Our commitment is to ensure that the citizens in the region have access to a dignified housing that is safe and resilient, that breaks the circle of poverty. I invite you so that together we can transform the concept of housing, that it is just not a simple good, to become an opportunity for change to this generation. Also, we want our cities to be greener, sustainable, and to transform into the heart of a more vigorous and long-lasting recovery. Our citizens deserve a better quality of life. Thank you very much for giving me this space to talk to you, and I wish you a productive and enriching dialogue. We thank Reina Irene Mejia for these virtual greetings and Tatiana Gallego from the Inter-American Development Bank. The regional integration and the development of investment is important to face the challenges in housing. So I give with you the Director of Habitat and Sustainable Mobility of CAF, Emil Rodriguez. Good morning.
I would like first to thank the organizer of this event for organizing this event, which is so necessary for this region, the most organized in the planet. Our greetings on behalf of our President Sergio Díaz Granada to each of you, starting from Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ICLAC, and Minister of Housing and Urbanism of Chile, Carlos Montes, and the Undersecretary of Housing, Mrs. Tatiana Rojas, for giving us the welcome to your country, Chile, a country which has reintegrated as full member of CAF, which is a great pleasure to all of us. Because like MINURVI, we are looking for the integration of the countries through different sectors. It's a pleasure that Chile has rejoined us. I would like to take advantage to greet the present authorities, minister, land management, no matter what is the nomenclature of the different countries in charge of this task, to greet other colleagues of other multilateral agencies and the public connected via streaming in this moment. We hope that these 2 days will be very fruitful to each of you. For the CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, our last change, the board of directors entrusted us with the task of becoming the Green Bank for Latin America, supporting the funding of the different dwellings, which is something appropriate. I mean, MINURVI is the right place to reflect upon this, as Kim Velasquez said, to work at scale and to promote a new vision of proximity urbanism. There are many projects which are promoted for housing, but not many projects for cities are promoted. It's important to bear this in mind that the housing programs are an opportunity for urban transformation, uh, uh, proximity urbanism, and proximities in general. I think that we should congratulate the representatives of Latin America because of their intention of the declaration that will take place next year to promote bio uh, cities, a concept that we want to promote from CAF, a movement that was born in Colombia some years ago, and we understand that could be the future vision to build new cities. CAF committed to provide $25 million for the next 5 years to promote green projects, most of them at subnational level, and they represent 40% of our portfolio. To support cities is very important according to our current vision. We want to greet you all to take advantage of these 2 days. I know that this will be a great opportunity to communicate with you, with the ministers, with decision makers, and to know that from CAF, you can count on us to produce and to work under this new vision. Thank you. Thank you, Emil Rodriguez, for your words. As government, the President of the Republic of Chile, Gabriel Boric Pon, and as Ministry of Housing and Urbanism, this year, 2022, we are fostering the housing emergency plan strategy to approach the need to build dwellings of high quality and to make progress towards dignified houses. Through this video, we want to share with you the main keys of this plan.
Vamos a esperar unos segundos. A ver si tenemos el video. Bien, pasemos al siguiente bloque.
Well, so we have problems with the video. We will continue with the next block so we can begin this assembly, and we would like to give the floor to the Ministry of Housing and Urbanism of Chile, Carlos Montes. I would like first to greet the new Executive Secretary of ICLA, Jose Manuel Salazar, and we wish you the best, Jose Manuel. He's, beginning with a task which is very important for our continent. I would like to greet all the people who are here in presence and the ones who are remotely connected, especially the members of MINURVI, Central America, Mexico, Caribbean, and South America. We are very happy for the variety presence of representatives of this agency. I would like to thank ICLAG, a new Habitat, IDB, and especially the ones who have helped us to go ahead with these tasks. And I highlight the contribution of the Inter-American Development Bank. presence of social leaders, dwelling committees. Margarita, a leader, said, "Why are you inviting me to this?" So I said, "Well, you can tell what you feel and what you think in terms of this topic." From the productive sector, the construction chamber, organizations of civil society, Techo, and local authorities. We want to greet the advisory committee of the emergency plan, as well as some representatives of the diplomatic corps, the different of the Ministry of Housing has a lot of representatives here as well. And we have this opportunity to reflect upon these topics from our role as ministers and high authorities to discuss about our territory and dwelling from our role from the political level. This is a special opportunity because we don't always have a space to reflect among peers. We know the multiple barriers that put us away of our objectives. And the first declaration of 1992, where MINURVI was established, that was carried out here in Santiago, is celebrating 30 years now. And this first declaration started with the idea that the growth during the 90s should be with equity, sustainable economic development, and improving the living conditions of the population, especially the ones living in poverty. And this declaration of 1992, there was a concern about the growing deficit of housings as the inorganic growth of the cities, and this worsened by the absence of adequate urban planning with a severe degradation of the environment. That was in 1992. Since then, we have made progress in many countries. We have institutional structure to face the needs of the urban development and the housing sector development, but many times we don't have the power to intervene in our cities because we don't have the proper instruments and because of the lack of proper policies. The right to city is present in Montego Bay Declaration in Jamaica 2019 has been a flag in the different assemblies, and this right is understood as a way to overcome problems of poverty affecting the region. The new urban agenda of Habitat 3 2016 put us new challenges ahead in terms of the complexity to comprehensively intervene in the cities and territories. MINURVI had an active participation in the discussion of the regional declaration of Toluca. We were facing new challenges recently stated at the end of 2015, since, from the United Nations, these relevant issues such as the SDG has added to the urban and city development, Sendai framework for disaster reduction, Paris summit, and our living environment. We responded to different sectorial approach was facing responsibilities of objectives, goals, and indicators. However, the way of acting from the state in investing the territory and infrastructure is still working in a sectorial and partial mode without a city perspective. So it was said that the balanced articulation was required between the productive matrix, urban development, environment, and social development. Of course, we participated in this idea, but once the declaration was signed, and going back to our respective countries, it's not easy to call upon and to add decision from the state and the budgets and the wills around these issues. This meeting could be an important step ahead, where the political heads in terms of the needs of our respective countries, we have great tasks in terms of dwellings and urban development to try to respond to our people. It's important to recover the public perspective and not to be restricted to partial aspect only. We have common questions. and we have political differences probably, but I would like to contribute with one political idea. Over the next 20 years, the transformation of the cities, humanization of the cities, overcoming inequalities in the cities should be a key challenge, articulating the urban and dwelling challenges, transforming the way how cities are growing and how life renews around the cities to put the economic, social, technical, political, and cultural offers under this perspective and to articulate the short term with the long term. 20 years is a time to transform cities. At ECLAC and many agencies were discussing the transformation of the development model. To transform cities is essential to create new development ways. We know that cities are not a natural thing. Cities are done through the history by human beings, social groups, according to their projects, agreements, and conflicts, which, in the framework of the general um, 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 dealing with the human beings, they build cities. This is in line with the market, citizenship, and all the other institutions which organize the common the way of living, the processes, companies producing goods and services, and citizenship. The set of intervention through the family, social organization, neighboring associations, the popular struggle in the end. So the articulation of all these stakeholders will determine the dynamism of the construction of the cities. There are some times where we have more predominance of one over the others, and the state probably under some logic of common good. In some other cases, the state to correct the failures of the market. But there are some periods where the logic of businesses has been determinant, and there are some periods where the citizens bear the responsibility of building the cities. So in the continent, we have had a specific articulation with the different features and orientation of the cities has been following the logic of the market, the business, and the logic of the interest in real estate businesses. There have been great investment, whether public or private, in dwelling services, TV cable, school, healthcare centers, highways, etc. Life expectancy has increased, no doubt about that. Um, we have an important part of our citizens' accesses to goods and services which are new for them. But the main problem now has been the weakness of the public participation, the weakness of the state. The ideology of subsidiary state has created many problems. The state has been unable to join the interest between public and private sector with and the public demands initiatives. And so we have cities with big growth, but with quality of life, which is not the best one. Inequality and poverty is still there. Deficit in houses, crowdedness, with high level houses and health problems, pandemic, how expensive are the cemeteries in our cities, assault, robbery, sequestration, etc. Contamination, environmental damage, an environment not prepared for climate change, deterioration of the social fabric, and damage to the contact among human beings, difficulties, violence, discrimination against women, lack of protection of migrant, disabled, elder adults, sexual minorities, and fear to loneliness, fear to have a life with no sense, fear to have no possibility to afford health. Malls, supermarkets, buildings, cars have great influence in the growth of the cities and they determine their own features. It is possible then to say that the current city models is in real deterioration, creating great problems to human development. To then ask the question, could we be able to continue living together as human beings? So we need to question the current city model and to contribute with one model respecting human rights, and that we are responsible with the future generations in terms of environmental impact and the damage that we are causing to the planet. I don't have an anti-market, anti-business position or anti-company position. I think that the role has been the result of the weaknesses of our constitutions in the Chilean case, the society, politicians, the difficulties to put the public and what is the private things in one common place. The market by itself is not producing social coherence or equality. This is the time now that this sector contributes with a common project for the housing and urban policies. To transform the cities in the long term, but with short-term goals, this is our obligation. We need an approach with global approaches, integrating different aspects, acting under a common vision, creating and performance from the different parties, but in the end is to bring the politics to the debate and to put the technical discussion to then go ahead with the political discussion to integrate another dimension. There's no doubt that the main problems is to strengthen the state first. We need a different state with other role, no subsidiary role, but not also the idolatry of the role of the state. And strategic planning, participatory planning requires another role, requires another power to have a long-term view, but also to articulate this with a short-term view. We need to articulate the public and the private aspects, and the private participation is essential but should be articulated with the public needs. We need also to take charge of the cultural problem and disputes about the common living in the cities, individualism, to reject the territorial solidarity. These are real expressions of the neoliberal model. There's no doubt that we need to set up dialogues, we need democratic discussions, but for these, education is essential. We need also a political and constitutional dimension. The political parties in general, hasn't considered the cities as a vital challenge, not at the parliament, not at the highways, not in the media. In Chile, there has been a constitutional agreement in terms of the right to cities and the right to dwellings, but this wasn't approved in the end. But we have a basis to, work with our own political parties this topic about the cities. We cannot avoid this topic, which is essential topic. We need to make progress in terms of regulations of the real estate business, land business. Chile is considered the paradise of the land business because our tax system is very weak, because there are a lot of profits in this business. So we need to include experiences of other countries. We need to include the requirements for social integration, such as Colombia, Asian countries, Spain, because the high value is something that belongs not only to the individuals, but to the cities. We need to go towards this concept of the land bank, kind of that. So, and we cannot avoid saying that funding. This must be part of the agenda. When we are avoiding funding, we are depending on on what is going on in one specific moment in time. when the more task warranties were given to the companies, about $30 billion, that was more or less the equivalent. We created a set of resources which was much lower to what was devoted to social housing. And that was a kind of a boom of construction in that time. The logics of subsidies in many opportunities put limitations to funding projects favoring the cities as a whole. Subsidies are resource, each one is taking and making decisions which are not necessarily consistent. And so the quality of the project is lost and we have distortions. The annual budget for construction, which are pluriannual, create inconsistencies, especially when we are in an inflation period such as the current one. Relation with investment funds is a challenge to build the main investment funds in Chile. About $200 billion come from the social funds, social security funds. The third topic is the social fabric, and the social fabric is the basis of the democracies and the cities as a meeting place, constructing collective dreams, collective actions, and the city is a place for dialogue, said Lange, and is a place for democracy, say many others. The neoliberal logics and the technological communication progress has affected very seriously the density of the social fabric and impact in the social cohesion and the influence as well and autonomy of the social actors facing the state. And we need to recognize that progressist movements, they are not taking the reality of the social fabric and they need to be permanent builders of the social fabric from any perspective. Then we have feminist urbanism. The view of women can be a renewable and revamped approach at every level. This is an old vision that is not new, but has gone through different development, has been empowered over the last time. We need to bear this in mind. We need to give them space and consider that there is a women's view. Then climate change. Climate change will affect cities and especially the lower income sectors and more discriminated sector. Chile will be one of the countries most affected by the climate change. So we need to get prepared for that. Finally, solidary city, the creative city. The different ways of building cities, which is so invisible. We have leaders and authors highlighting many experiences. The idea of a good living didn't come from the authorities, but came from one social organization. There are a lot of experiences trying to live another way of living from the basis. At the small, mid-level, citizen level, which are showing an emerging city. They highlight young people from different places or tribes, as they call them now. So it is essential to recognize these emerging cities to embrace it in another dimension today. And very probably they are a transformative force. And it has been said here, we have great international experience. We don't have much communication among these experiences between one country and another. This is the main role of MINURVI, to be a communication factor between the macro and micro aspects and the way how we build cities. The history of the cities has shown us that it's possible to implement changes for a better living. That was in the midst of 19th century in Europe, responded to the different epidemics and contaminations of earth and water. And a model of city stemmed from there with different urban reforms, creating parks, squares, gardens, and urbanization of bank rivers and sea banks with new restriction, proper localization of urban, of contaminating industries. But that was in the European cities after the Second World War, when they had to emerge after the war with the welfare state. Policies were concentrated in the prices of renting, so with a comprehensive plan in the urban section to ensure equipment systems, whether public or private, but with quality, and with a big part of public dwellings, all in line with saving banks and non-profit institutions to support the families, the workers, and the state. Medellin should be an experience that we should reflect upon that, and we hope that we are going to hear from Medellin a lot. We should go back to rethink the cities with long-term perspectives, but also considering permanently the short term. We, in this moment, in this country, we have about 2,500 projects, but they are not all articulated in a way to contribute to some city, specific city, or some specific policy. So each project, and we need to rethink the model responding the way we would like to live and how we would like to coexist, and we want to humanize our lives. What is going on here in Chile? From the Ministry of Housing, considering that we have 4 years in office, we have created an urban works portfolio. And with this investment, we're looking for responding to the housing crisis, partial response, and to have a new approach through new management model and the new way of producing or creating houses. We think that the new way of creating houses must be part of the urban fabric and the urban matrix and the more consolidated matrix in the urban sector. In parallel to this, we need to have a global debate about our cities, and we hope that after the 4 years, we will make a contribution to have this new debate. Our challenge as ministry is enormous to keep the construction rhythm in front of international dynamics and the effects post-pandemic period and the problems of the families which require dwellings. This is a national challenge which goes beyond the activities of our ministry. We need to add the different actors in the production of cities to provide equipment and public services of quality. We need a joint effort to work in the solutions to human settlements. We need to work together with other ministries, with big, small, and medium size entrepreneurs to respond to the social needs for housing. We think that this ministry should open to the society to actively participate in rebuild the social fabric with a special role for cooperatives, neighborhood association, public universities, etc. Our main efforts are focused on creating rooms for discussion, learning experiences from the cities world, from the academia, and experience contributed from the public management. It is essential to have a space for dialogue, to discuss about how we can go ahead in building these urban and dwelling policies. In this forum, we would like to discuss about things we need to have deeper discussion about the role of a state in terms of the cities, in the dwellings in the cities, and questioning the role of a state and where we should go to make progress along this problem. Funding and taxing related to land market and housing market is highly relevant given the high costs, given that these are great businesses of international financial markets, and given the need to have properly located land to place social housings there. We want to talk about inclusive cities and what is the gender, how can the gender be mainstreamed in all these? We know that women are the most affected one in terms of urban inequities, and they are calling us to a model of cities based on life and life reproduction. Given the conditions of our territories and the permanent suffering along with the natural and anthropic disasters, we wanted to talk about the cities in the context of sustainability and climate change. These are four topics which are putting an accent in the discussions that will take place in the different board of discussions that will take place here, but we need to build the capacity to question the cities, to transform the cities, to rethink the cities, and to see other ways of building cities, whether we like it or not. Finally, we would like to invite the construction of a social pact where we can assume the cities, politically and culturally, as a place to exercise our rights and building a democracy of quality. Our relationship with the environment in a safe manner to building a democracy, a development of a better quality. Thank you so much. The main objective of the plan presented by President Boric is to build 260,000 houses to recover the role of the state, to strengthen this public land bank idea or concept with new dwelling programs, to modernize the construction processes, active participation of citizens and local governments, to add the organizations of workers, and to make progress in terms of the right to a decent house. Towards territories and cities more inclusive, safer, and resilient, where everybody feels part of it.
Luego de la
After the words of the Minister Carlos Montes and this video, which is a reflection of the plan of the Ministry of Housing and Urbanism to focus on deficit, we're going to begin with the first panel, where we are going to have the participation of different authorities and experts invited to analyze the different topics. The first one, the role of a state in the production of housings and the cities, and we are going to have the different panelists. Alfredo Eduardo dos Santos, National Secretary of Housing of the Ministry of Cities of Brazil. Catalina Velasco Campuzano, Ministry of Housing, Cities and Territory of Colombia. José Batista González, Vice Ministry of Territorial Management of Panama. Carlos Pereira Olmedo, Ministry of Urbanism, Housing and Habitat from Paraguay. Irene Moreira Fernández, Ministry of Housing and Territorial Management of Uruguay. Marina González, Secretary of State for Housing from Portugal, she will participate remotely. And to moderate this panel, we welcome Diego Diestia Audiencia, Head of Human Settlements Division of ICLAC.
Invitamos a los panelistas a
We invite the panelists to come here to accompany the moderator to start the panel.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning again to all. to the state ministers that accompany us, and also the highest authorities of housing and urbanism of the region, Latin America and the Caribbean. Welcome again to ECLAC. I'm Diego Aulestia, and I am the head of the Human Settlement Department of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I want to reiterate this welcome to all of those who are also following via streaming. I think that the opening remarks establish the path of what we want to talk about in this first panel. The structure of the day is integrated in such a manner that allows us to tackle the different elements and dimensions that were presented by the president of MINURVI, Minister Montes, and the executive secretary of ECLAC, together with UN Habitat. And we have this function of accompanying MINURVI. Welcome the members of the panel, ministers and members of the panel. Of course, the times are always a challenge. So I'm going to request your collaboration so that we can stick to the time that has been established. And I insist on what the president of MINURVI has established, the need to question, to rethink the role of the state, of the civil society and the organizations of the civil society. What is the role of the private entities to generate a new city? The challenges in our region are fundamental. We have said that this is the region in development that is mostly urbanized, and housing needs to be perceived as a space for reactivation, a space that increases the productivity of cities, but also a vehicle for social cohesion. So along these lines, we want to analyze the visions, and this first panel was thought about in this way, to talk about the visions. How do we understand them? How or what is the origin of these plans, of these programs, of these projects that we implement in this sector? What is the role of the state today? And by extension, also the civil society, the entities and academia in the production of housing and cities. Where do we need to move ahead as societies to tackle these problems? If there's something that marks the production of housing and the building of cities, is that the state has proven to be insufficient. The private entities and the private sectors and the market have proven to be insufficient. So we need to think about these issues in a different manner. In this panel, we have the presence of Brazil, Colombia, Panama, Uruguay, and we have a video from Portugal. So I think that this is very interesting to understand the message of a European country. So without further ado, I would like to invite the National Secretary of Housing of the Ministry of the Houses of Brazil, Alfredo Eduardo dos Santos, so that you can share with us your thoughts regarding these issues. Secretary, you have the floor. Good morning, Diego. Good morning, ministers. We brought a presentation so as to indicate the way that Brazil understands urban development today, mainly linked to the social interest housing, understanding that the role of the Brazilian government and the policies are related to housing for the lowest income population. The state does not necessarily get involved with the housing policies for families that have higher incomes. So this is exclusive in the market area. We have time markers of our policy in Brazil from 2009 to 2019. We launched an internationally known program, a program that changed the role of housing production in Brazil. It is called Programa Mi Casa, Mi Vida, and it had two approaches: the production of housing and also two subgroups: the subsidized housing, where the state subsidized 90% of the value of each housing unit for a family and for housing families up to 3 minimum wages in Brazil, and also the organization of favelas. These were three approaches of the program. In 2019, there was a change and a new vision was proposed to confront the housing needs. In 2019, these were the data of housing deficit in Brazil. Unfortunately, because of the pandemics, we don't have an updated data. We should have them by the middle of 2023. But at that time, we had a qualitative deficit of 5.9 million housing units. We had a demand to the future or demand to produce housing for the society of Brazil of 1.2 million housing units per year between 2020 and 2030, so as to meet with the demands of the new families that are being created. And at that time, they represented 24.9 housing units that were not adequate. So to have an idea, in that time, Brazil had around 74 million housing units and 25 million 40% of those units represented some type of some inadequacies. So when we talk about a deficit, a qualitative deficit, the main point, there are three main points, but the most important one is the excessive rentals. This represents 52% of the expenses in the main cities, and this reaches 62%, representing the housing deficit. Also, we have the living in families, where there is a family with more than two members live in the same and just one environment. And the third point would be the precarious housing. These are inadequate housing. These are situations where people live in places that were not created to house people. They live in cars, they live in tents. And when we talk about housing deficit that is qualitative, we have 24.9 million units that are inadequate, with three main components. Irregularity. This unit may be adapted as a house. It's well made and well located. However, there is no property rights. The other element is the inadequacy of the real estate. When we presented one of the 4 points, the roof of the building is not built with the right material. There is not a bathroom that is exclusive for the family. If there are more people per room, it is not considered a sleeping area, and there's no minimum infrastructure, electricity, water, also cement in the house. These are the qualitative elements. And also in 2021, we launched a new law that is called Green and Yellow, and it will be called Mi Casa Mi Vida since 2023. The name is not important. What is important are the solutions for the individuals of this program. And the purpose of the program is to expand housing attention to focus the deficit in Brazil. To keep it in mind how to confront the housing deficit, we expanded the possibilities to care for the population. We need to highlight that from the previous program, when we talked about housing production, what we wanted to look for was to qualify what had already been done, confronting the main problems linked to financed housing. And the main problems were the size of the verticalized ventures, also the cost of the contributions was 2 or 3 times the value that people had to pay. to live there. And this was not adapted to their financial situation. However, the contributions were very expensive. Also, the location and was not good, and the private logic meant that I produced the greatest amount of units possible in the same area. Of course, and unfortunately, and this happens a lot, there are more construction restrictions in the downtowns and also in the best areas of the cities, and you expand the potential for construction in the periphery. That is to say, and we go to the peripheries, you give the unit, and unfortunately, we don't realize that it was provided to the citizenship, because the social teams that complement the families were not there. We have cases of ventures that were built 10 kilometers away from the urban infrastructures. We have cases of 5,000 housings that were produced in just a block without access to employment, quality education, transportation. So we need to confront this. I would like to highlight that these were the problems. Once again, the project or the program had success, but another problem that we had in the area that was subsidized is that we had a part that was financed. And what we did there is to expand in a substantial manner the resources, the funds to produce. In 2023, we will have funds of around $15 billion to finance housing, social interest housing. We expanded the subsidy to the families. We reduced the tax rates to these families, and we fostered private initiatives to contribute with a reduction in taxes. This is a novelty, and this is the role that we want to give to the state, because we need to understand that Brazil is a federation, and we know the role of each entity. There is no possibility of establishing the rules for the functioning of the city, for example. We can only guide. Two examples that we would like to explain here, two significant examples, is the promotion of some problems and also the way to solve those problems in the region. One of them, we don't have an obvious name, but it is called societies, where states and municipalities participate in the subsidies for families with lower incomes. In this case, we reached a greater number that was not possible with the government subsidies. And there's another program that has to do with the funding reorganization. So the studies indicate that Brazil has around $440 million in housing units that are not regularized. These families do not participate in the housing market. These families don't have the possibility of using their housing to improve their quality of life. And it is also important that we have realized that it is not necessary to produce new housing units. We have the possibilities to do improvements into the environments of the people where they are already living. There, the person has the social security, the access to work. Also, there is a better access to the urban infrastructure. That is. Thank you.
Reflexiones importantes.
You gave us different important reflections, the need to reassess the programs and policies, and also the role of a state in harmony with the local government, subnational governments, but especially providing solutions focused on the density of the cities. And when you say about deficits, including excessive board of the rent, the burden of the rents, which is part of the adequate dwelling. And so that should be discussed as well. And Minister of Housing, City and Territory of Colombia, Catalina Velasco, you've got the floor now. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. For me, it's a pleasure to be here sharing with you and presenting about the proposal of President Petro after 5 months in office has stated for the housing issues. The Ministry of Housing is not only in charge of dwellings or houses, but also sanitation and water, and this is valid for some of our colleagues here. I would think that if you see the headline here, it says towards the balance between the market and the popular economy. So you can infer where we're going to now. In Colombia, we are considering the need of the transformation of the housing system. We have gone through different proposals going in one sense for more than 30 years, but they have not considered inequality. You see here, we are talking about 31% of in terms of deficits and dwellings, but there has been different way of making progress, whether qualitative or quantitative. The quantitative deficit have reduced, but not the qualitative deficit. Today, we have almost 4 million houses and which have a qualitative deficit, but the difference between the urban and the rural sector is very significant. I haven't heard up until now to talk about the rural problems. And in Colombia, we understand that part of the conflict that we're living over the last 50 years are due to the rural abandonment, and we now are working on an agrarian reform to give the peasants more than 3 million hectares, and we have now the plans that each piece of land should come with a house that this peasant could, where the peasants could live in, and not only rural urban development. So we have an enormous rural sectors, and not only rural sector, but the way how we approach the informal human settlements. And so we can count on the half of the development of this nature and the growth in the countries over the last decades are bigger in the informal sector compared to the formal sector. Additionally, the land management instruments and territorial management plans show weaknesses. 30 years of standards focused on building land management instruments, which today we see that they have real problems in their implementation. And we can say that we have kind of two worlds in the urban development in Colombia. Prior to the 90s, we have the state in charge of the housing development, which was insufficient. And so we went to a market development, and in different moments in time, in terms of social policies, we can call about the macro projects and the first decade of this century with a great number of houses built at a larger scale, but with all the difficulties of socioeconomic segregation that we know not only in Colombia, but in other Latin American countries as well. Then we have houses at no cost with 100% subsidies for the most vulnerable victims and the victims of the armed conflicts. And with the social equipment as part of these projects, which have been able to finish and resolve yet. So we require investment to overcome these difficulties. And finally, a subsidies model where we provide financial contribution to the most vulnerable families, the ones who are saving money and they are buying directly to the builder, the social interest houses, and the state pays the supplement. One of the most successful plans has been uh, this plant, which has contributed with an important leverage of the economics, the economy of this sector, and which started working hand in hand with the economy in Colombia. But we have big gaps in the differential houses, which there wasn't a public policy for the social housing programs. You can see that the houses are homogeneous, five-story buildings for families with 3-4 members per houses. And so in the rural area, we have difficulties which have been faced, that is the winter time. Over the last 14 months, the impact of the climate change has led us to have more than 100,000 houses destroyed. So we need to resettle these people in large areas of the countries, and we don't have the public policy instrument to go ahead with this. In terms of water, and probably some of you are not working in this directly, but we see this as something definite: public services, water and sanitation, and inequality is of the same level. We have enormous backwardness in this sector. We have a development stemming from a law that foster the entrepreneurial growth, whether public or private growth, that is, wasn't big in the 90s. And so it lives outside the informal sectors. And in terms of sanitation, it's exactly the same. We have more than they have, not only in the urban sector, but also in the rural sector, without access to sanitation. Not only sewage water, but also solid waste, and important problems and difficulties there. And we can see the contrast, the operation of the big water and sanitation systems out of these regulations, fostering, boosting the industrial sector, are almost the half of the country unable to offer the dwellers with the proper services. In terms of overcoming these difficulties, which are immense, we have had some kind of leverage from the Constitution to protect the social rights and the economic participation of recyclers, which are bases are probably the first level and of the development and social inclusion in Colombia. And this requires to think of another kind of thing. So I would like to say that our policy in Colombia has the purpose of serving that part of the country, which has not been served by the domicile public services or the market structure. So our purpose is not to go against this, but rather strengthening the alternative manners of habitat reduction, the informal housings, and the organization of housing, the informal cities, which have taken place over decades, and in the same say, the rural aqueducts, which serve more than the half of our country, and the recyclers organizations have been seen as incomplete or as informal or not enough or illegal. And we need to change the approach of this public policy. We need to see them as different. We need from the state and to approach this through legislation, regulations, overseeing, and differentiated control. So the organizations, community organizations, the popular, the housing organizations, recyclers organizations, under a comprehensive approach, not only housing but public services as well, they in that way can have the possibility to articulate the sector of the society which has been scattered and divided, and in this way we can have a participation of different sectors such as housing and habitat, looking for transformation of development model under a more balanced approach, and as our colleague of Chile said, with a view to transforming all these situations in the 20 years time, because in Colombia, if we continue working at this rhythm, we would have required 123 years to finish with the housing deficits in the country and 107 years to finish with the sanitation deficit. And we made the decision that we cannot wait so many years to guarantee our citizens these fundamental rights. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Yes, if we have to wait for more than 1 century, that means that we are working in the wrong mode. And you are highlighting the way of having a complementary approach where the social construction emerges from the civil society and inhabitants playing a key and essential role. I think that the reference that you made to the climate change is essential. We have different countries from the Caribbean where have been greatly impacted because of the climate change, and in the region, the ones who suffer most of these are the populations living in informal and precarious settlements. I would like to close before continuing with the next topic, saying that it's necessary, and you said that we shouldn't talk about only about the quantitative approach. There's no a unique solution. You make reference to the ministry focus on this or have authority on this, especially in Latin America. 21 member countries have the sanitation in the hands of a couple of ministries, and others have this in the hands of the public agencies, and this is common to all the situations in this region. Now, Vice Minister of Land Management of Panama, Jose Batista Gonzalez. Vice Minister Batista, you are recognized.
Good morning.
Todos los saludos protocolares de los que me antecedieron.
I also want to greet all of you and greetings from Panama, Rogelio Paredes Roas. The role of the state in the production of housing and cities in the Republic of Panama has gone through different scenarios as manager, as facilitator, and also as facilitating manager. So the production at the city has two levels, planning and urbanization. Planning had a centralized model with a Ministry of Housing that was the single urban authority that created the plans and whose rules and programs were executed by municipalities. These plans were focused on urban development up to 2006, when the urbanism law was approved, that decentralized planning and the municipalities became the local urban authorities. This expanded the land use planning to the rural area and establishing each authorities with the rules, the execution, also the elaboration and modification of the plans. So this law created the municipal planning entities with the aid of the local legislative power, academia, the professionals, the civil society, and all of these under the guidance of the Ministry of Housing and Land Use Management. Of 81 districts that the country has, only 2 have land use planning. Our government, in an unprecedented action, elaborated 13 local plans, 6 in alliances with the Ministry of Tourism, 4 with a budget from the institution hiring private consultants, and also 3 with government officials. In the organization, the government is managing and financing infrastructure at the national, regional, and local level with mobility projects like, for example, the subway and transportation terminals, also roads, bridges, equipment such as sewage systems, bridges, and waterways. At the micro level, the planning sector is planning, financing, and building organizations, and then this goes really to the infrastructure. Recently, a public-private alliance law was approved that allows the private sector to finance and build infrastructure projects. And once the investment is recovered through different management models, they are transferred then to the state. So with this modality, highways will be built, also electricity lines, public offices, rental housing, and other projects. In the production of housing, the managing role of the state has developed in the building of housing through administration, hiring companies, and also the provision of lots, of land lots. In construction through administration, we have the housing improvement that provides free housing to vulnerable families that have their own land. The hiring of private entities is done through the program called Techo de Esperanza. And this is plurifamily units, vertical units for low-income families that pay low mortgages. Also, we have progressive housing that have an additional component for entrepreneurship, and it includes a space for a family business accompanied by a 2,000 subsidy that is not reimbursable. With the lotting program, the state acquires private properties or state properties and grants lots to families of low income so that they can build their own houses themselves, and they pay for the landlord in installments. The facilitating role of the state is in the paperwork, so that they reduce significantly the review and registration of plans and also the permits. We have developed an aggressive digitalization program for all the procedures that includes the review or registration of plans through internet, and also decentralization of plans, and also the follow-up in different portals. We have reduced in 3 years about 50% of the time for all the procedures in the real estate sector, including the incorporation to the family property regime. Also, in the facilitating role, the Panamanian state plays a role in financing, both in the interim loans for projects as well as the mortgages for real estate units. In the role of facilitating manager, we do it through different instruments. From the 80s, we implemented fiscal stimulus for the real estate sector, for example, to transfer real estate without fees, and also preferential rates for real estate mortgages, and these has reached properties of values of up to $180,000. A program called Bono Solidario Vivienda was created a few years ago that provides benefits, $10,000 for families that have income no greater than $2,000, so that they can acquire housing that is no greater than $70,000. This represents 30% of the demand derived from the growth of the population, and this contributes to freeze the housing deficit that reaches about 200,000 housing solutions. With the IDB and together with their consultancy, we have an evaluation study of the value chain of housing in Panama. We have carried out interviews with all the actors in the sector, including the academia, the professional associations, fosterers and promoters, state institutions, and also the financial sector. This study proposes to review all the programs that are under development and to select those that could become public policies through a law. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister. I think that a couple of elements that you mentioned are very interesting. The first one is the facilitating role of the state. You commented this, also the reduction of time in all the procedures. I think that many of your colleagues are going to ask you how you did that, because this is always a bottleneck. And there are other projects that are very interesting in Panama. The topic about housing with entrepreneurship, the subsidies of houses that carry out economic activities in their homes. And in some parts in Latin America, it's about 8% of the homes. And to receive a support of the state implies that the house has a different role. Along the same lines, you talk about land use planning in alliance with the Ministry of Tourism. So we are considering houses and territories with a different perspective, social policies, economic policies, and also reduction in the environmental deficits. Thank you, Vice Minister. Now I want to give the floor to the Minister of Housing and Habitat of Paraguay, Carlos Pereira Olmero. Thank you. I would like to greet all the colleagues that preceded me, and I would like to thank you for my participation in this important space for dialogue, cooperation, and to exchange experiences on common problems, and to try to use all the knowledge that we have based on the experiences that you have acquired throughout your tenure, and also everything that we have gone through during the pandemics. We have all been hit hard, and we have had budget cuts, more than 35%, and this has not been recovered yet. So we needed to carry out institutional efforts, alliances with institutions, so as to identify programs that have not had an impact in the population, and also to increase the diversification and the variety of housing offers that reaches the middle class population. In Paraguay, since 2016, there is a law for urban development. And in this sense, I am going to try to respond in three questions. What are we doing, how are we doing, and why we're doing it? In Paraguay, we have, since 2018, the Ministry of Urbanization became a ministry. It has gone through a series of transformations throughout its history, and in one of them, it has been the National Housing Bank. So it has an important portfolio of people that owe money because of their rent, and it has many housing units available. Our urban policy in housing management responds to the provision of subsidies to vulnerable families in the sectors that are in poverty levels or extreme poverty, or indigenous populations. But given the hard times that we are living, this is a 95% proportion. So we want to reduce the subsidies, that it drops to 40%, so that it can have greater coverage and we can reach more vulnerable families. Right now, this is a difficult economic moment, and we cannot try to give all the burden to the state. This would be fostering welfare, and I think that we need to create the conditions to focus on our agenda, the focus on productivity. We need to create conditions so that with the private sector, we can create a team. And from the state, we are proposing to establish trust funds that are autonomous capitals, where the participation of the state would be the property, and we would issue a participation certificate so that all the investor sectors where all the capitals are concentrated, so that these resources we can foster better conditions and to expand the housing offer. Paraguay is a country that has an interesting demography. 65 or 70% of the population is less than 30 years of age. So we need to make this a reality, the demographic bonus. No, this is a synergy, not only between the demographic dynamics, our own economy, the employment generation, and education. We are translating this into public policies. We, at the Urbanism Ministry, we are leading the fostering of public policies and habitat and urbanization with social cohesion to develop a more organized society. We know that societies grow very quickly and in a disorganized manner. So the Ministry of Urbanism has a vice ministry that trains the 17 departments in the country and the 262 districts. So this is what makes us a bit different, because with very little resources, we are trying to reach the greatest amount of objectives at the social level. And this allows us to strengthen governance at the nation's level. As we move ahead, and as the municipalities are regulating community activities in the districts, the people are understanding that subsidies are important as an economic assistance so that they can have access their own house. At the ministry, we are awaiting a decree from the executive that will approve and authorize the possibility of giving a trust fund for our property. And with this, we will generate better conditions for the population. And finally, what I want to say is, why are we doing this? Because it is not sustainable from the state to try to reach the population with individual subsidies. This is not sustainable, and I think that public policies have more social cohesion. The analysis and the land use planning that we have done to identify where the poverty sectors are located, the most vulnerable one. So planning has helped us a lot as a tool so that we have processes that are not bureaucratic, because this is what makes the procedures very traumatic. So we are in a process of digitalization, and we have the addition of 21 banking and financial institutions, as well as cooperatives, that reveal the success of what we have been doing for a year now to give to the working class and to single women, single parents, whatever their social condition, so that they have the right and the possibility to have access to a decent housing. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministro.
Thank you, Minister. The truth is that we have different elements here. I think that this consideration about limitations, fiscal limitations, are very appropriate to consider in this region. You talked about the challenges that exist in terms of resources availability, with the view of public policies, the reduction of individual subsidies to have a broader coverage. This is a public decision. There's no doubt that this has some positive aspects and some questioning also. It caught my attention when you said about these trustship funds, and I understood that the state made contributions, so that then dynamization of contribution of the fiscal land with the proper location of the dwellings is essential. And this is part of a more integrated vision of what the public policy should be. Thank you so much, Minister. Now, we will give the floor to the Ministry of Housing and Land Management of Uruguay, Irene Moreira Fernandez. Minister, you are recognized. Good morning. For me, it's a pleasure to be here participating in this prestigious forum of MINURVI representing the Eastern Republic of Uruguay in a topic that is of a great concern to all of us, especially the social housing. We started the administration in March the 1st, 2020, well, 13 days after the pandemic because of COVID-19 was decreed. All what we have been doing with all the work that we have done had to be transformed, and we had to be very creative, very constructive, and to get adapted to this new reality, a reality that in the case of Uruguay, when we took over, has a deficit of 70,000 houses, where 350 settlements existed, the record number. The number of settlements was very high. That means 200,000 individuals living below the poverty line. And apart from this, the inability to save or to buy a house, that dream, which is highly valued by many, which is even established in our constitution, which establishes to provide with the appropriate tools to finally have a decent house. So when we took over, we have a report from the internal audit of the nation under the Office of Ministry of Economy and Finance, which expressed that social houses were built around 2,400 $2,400 the square meter, which is very far from being a social house with that type of value. So we had to create some legal and regulatory instruments because the factors which had impact on the square meter value was not only the manpower, which means about 50% of the tax burden. That means a lot of inputs that come from abroad and valued in a different currency with a related interest rate. So we created a policy of expansion with attainable goals and realistic goals. And we have created a master plan that we have called Among All of Us, or Entre Todos in Spanish. We didn't come to recreate the ministry, but to leverage all the programs and created two mega plans that were understood were essential. We have to work coordinately and institutionally, but with everyone, not only the housing and territorial planning or managing ministry, and in that way we can make savings in terms of the funds required and also increase the know-how. So we have established this market plan, and we have modified over the first months, over the first days, the law 18795 for three essential functions. First, unemployment. We received the countries in the year 2020 with a rate of unemployment that was reaching 10%. And today, in October 2022, we have 7.8%. And reactivation. A reactivation of post-pandemic economy. Or you know all what this economy means, the construction for the economy, and the historical record in the construction sector is about 40,000 workers. In March this year was a record number, which gathered 58,000 workers devoted to construction. And the third aspect was to facilitate access to houses to the middle and middle low income sectors. Last year, given to the reform that we passed, was a historical record in houses which exceeded more than duplicated what we have been built in the past. We needed to reduce the price of the square meter. And so for that reason, we had to work in the non-traditional constructive system. To build together with the Ministry of Housing, we needed the technical aptitude document. And we created the CID, that was the certificate of registry inscription with that was obtained under the sworn document. This tool democratizes construction because that had some barrier that was cost time, and many of them had to be done in laboratories. And today, these certificates are revalidated, and if there's no observation in 90 days, they can participate in the construction with the state. Today, in this flexibilization of providing a new rhythm, the average to work with the state now is 55 days. We said that in that mega plan, this Entre Todos, and this way of working, we have created two mega plans. One is Avanzar. Avanzar will work in the deciles of the population of lower resources.
Bueno, acá en esta imagen se puede ver en la reforma a través.
We can see here the reform into the last column that we said the historical record, democratization of the construction through CIR, and that which are now enabled. And this is Avanzar, the mega plan that we're going to be using with settlement issues, and to manage settlement policies as we never had in the past in Uruguay, in terms that we're going to be duplicating in money what has been done before. We're talking about $480 million, but apart from this, in a coordinated manner with all the intendancies and the different local governments, because in the end, the citizens need and can express, well, this is the first door where they can express their needs, and we're going to be working 15,000 houses, and we are going to be working nationwide, and December we're going to be in 10 departments. And as I said before, this is something that I've never seen before in Uruguay. We're not only been working in harmonizing and working to legalization of this, but also relocation to consider these all the regular settlements here. When we joined the ministry, we saw that there was this program for the sales of low resources, but we have an important fraction of the middle class sectors and working class which are paying a rent, which is impossible for them to get access to buy a house. That's why we have created here this Sueños en Obra, that is dreams into work. So this is going to be public-private partnership with the benefits of the law, which is a very good law, but was exclusively focusing on the capital and two departments lined by the coast, Canelones and Maldonado, and want to spread this program to the rest of the country for the small projects up to 8 houses, because we want to promote the participation of the small private entrepreneurs. So today, we know that we can build from 3,500 and 5,000 houses in this period just with this program. Today, 74.4% of the projects that have been presented are from the internal area of the country. So we are going to work in this. As the Minister of Colombia said, we're going to be working in sanitation. In Uruguay, it's inversely proportional. Sanitation is in Montevideo. Inversely opposite is the case of the internal areas. So to reduce the value of all the construction, we said that this is non-traditional construction systems. Wood is a very good choice because in Uruguay we have more than 160,000 hectares of pine trees, and so beyond exporting and to process the wood, this is an effective tool. We have created that roadmap with the IDB support, with technicians from Chile, Uruguay, who have been working in the resolving these barriers, but we understand that this is a very good method taking care of this sustainable resource. We shouldn't forget that today we are renting the right of our children over this planet. Well, this is a pilot plan that we launched August the 5th last year and September 23rd. Beneficiaries and participants in this project, they're believing in their houses, a 50% of reduction of time in 4 months. And so I think that the time is an essential factor to take actions into these specific designs. And we have a commitment from the government to foster the use of wood. That's why the economic and social approach under a sustainable framework. We're going to be signing here in Chile between the both Ministry of Housing and Urbanism. We're going to sign an MOU for technical assistance. As conclusion, what we're doing now is to adjourn all the regulations, especially to speed up the terms of the state, the terms that our people need, and we need to make them more flexible, and we are adapted to every non-traditional construction system, cellular, concrete, framing, etc. And of course, working together with other countries who have great experience in all this. If you want to participate or have more information, this is the website of our ministry. And I would like to close by thanking the Chilean people and the organization here for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Unfortunately, always time is an enemy, but I think that you highlighted something very essential, that is the relationship between housing and this, housing solutions. And this approach of value chain, emphasis in technology, is something essential. And in Latin America and in the region, we have a pending task in this line. So I think that we have different ECLAC publications focused on the analysis of the value chain and the economic importance of the construction in Latin America, which is 6% of the employments are in the construction sector. This sector dynamizes the economy. So beyond complying with social economic rights, this is a vehicle to produce transformation, and that requires institutional transformation. So the example of establishing coordination with the national governments and other institutions is essential. So thank you so much, Minister. Now we would like to provide you with a short video in terms of the experience of the public policy approach in European countries such as Portugal. In this case, the Ministry of Housing of Portugal, we address about the public policies over there.
Hello, thank you for your invitation, and also to the President of Forever Minister and Housing Authorities of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for the opportunity of participating in this discussion and to share with you about our experiences in housing. The challenges in our region regarding housing and urban and territorial development are very similar to the ones that we have in Europe, particularly in Portugal. This is why it is so important to understand and share our public policies so that altogether we can define a more robust, credible, and efficient strategy to have a dignified housing for our families. We are living a moment of imbalance between what the market offers to the families and the income of those families, and we cannot allow a family to not have proper housing because of there is not adequate response to their needs. For us, the state has an unquestionable role as a promoter of housing. So we need to foster public investment so that we can strengthen this pillar of society. In Portugal, since 2015, we started a real revolution in housing. It was founded in two main objectives. One, to guarantee that all have the right to proper housing, and on the other hand, to make this right to be guaranteed, particularly with a reinforcement of public entities. So for this, we had to define a series of instruments to accommodate these needs, but also to conciliate a structural reform that is founded in the growth of the public housing stock, and also to the need to create short-term responses to reach the present needs of the population. So very briefly, in Portugal, we have a national housing policy organized in three pathways. On the one hand, the guarantee of a permanent response to all those that need that, with the construction of public works through our local organizations, but also with the direct intervention of our national institute, and also the mobilization of the private entity for through acquisition or through other action instruments. The second pathway is the guarantee of emergency responses to all the events that happen in our territory, but also to allow for a better transition to a permanent housing. In the past few years, we've gone through a pandemic, and today we have a humanitarian crisis in the Ukraine, and this demands us a lot from the state, and these efforts are fundamental. And the third pathway is the guarantee of instruments for fiscal organization that allows the private properties to have rentals and to have more prompt responses to complement more direct mechanisms that we have to the youth for the rental. So this is a public services of housing, and it is essential to have a lot of willingness to do this housing policy. The same we did with health and education. And this is today a public-state guarantee, but we need to have the resources, the financial resources that are necessary, and to have them for many years. And also for the willingness of the state to be made a reality, we need also supranational financing. For example, the recovery and resilience plans that we have in Europe. And due to the option of the state, it has 2 million euros invested in housing policies and also territorial cohesion. We need to identify the needs of the families, to identify the best response to each of them, to treat our territory and our families equally. This is the key so that we have success. We awoke really late in order to have these robust public policies. And today, the access to a proper housing is a challenge. We know that we do our path by walking it, and we cannot have solutions immediately, but we need to go ahead, and the needs of the population needs to mobilize us to the short, medium, and long term to create a true housing public service. So I want to congratulate all of you who are going to participate in the forum, and also congratulate the importance in the territorial development that is only possible through a response, an adequate response. And I hope that this exchange of our experiences in Portugal will be useful to your discussion, and also to define solutions to guarantee that all families have a full life, because this full life depends on many factors, but it depends first on this right to have their own house and to have a life as human beings. Thank you very much for all your work. And also an acknowledgement to Marina Gonçalves, Secretary of State of Housing of Portugal. And she presents a topic that the ministers will be interested in discussing. Consider the housing as a public service. And this implies a series of elements and has some connotations to establish the access to proper housing, and demanding as a response many other mechanisms. Right now, I want to conclude this first intervention. We have very few minutes, but we are open to consider any questions from the authorities that are here present, and even from the public, if there's any concern, so that we can have a second very short intervention, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, by those who have participated in this panel. So I will pay attention to any question that there is, and so that the members of the panel can consider this. We want to relate this to one topic. We are talking about the great importance of housing. I think that all the 6 interventions have really related to the different approaches to this housing situation, to have a multi-sectorial character. However, the budget on average in Latin America is only 0.61% of the GDP, lower than what we had a decade ago. So here, there is a dissonance. We are talking about the importance, the economic importance, the productive change, the need to articulate with tourism, to look into the deficit with a vision of access, also climate change. But we don't still have a greater allotment of public resources, and the financing issue is always present. Financing plays a fundamental role where we need to work more together with this multidimensionality. So, on the part of the panelists, I would like to have a brief reaction given this concern. How to foster better growth, and also maybe we could take any questions from the audience if there's anybody that has a question. Elkin Velázquez and Martínez Borja. Elkin, you have the floor. Okay, Martin, go ahead. There's no microphone, so I cannot translate.
Dificultar los próximos rounds.
So how to untangle this? I think that this is a critical point to discuss in this event. Thank you, Martin. The concern regarding the increasing housing costs and how are they broken down? Elkin, you have the floor. Thank you, Diego. Ministers, I heard a lot about the deficit of resources. We need more resources to have a greater impact and move ahead faster, so it doesn't take 100 more years to respond to this housing deficit. And I also heard the perspective of connecting with the impacts of housing in other dimensions of the social policy. So do you see any spaces to generate new ways to measure the impact of housing policies in the different dimensions of the state's social action? This is number one. Two, is there a possibility of connecting this with the social impact and measured through the SDGs? So if the response is possible or positive, we see a series of instruments that can go faster and also to mobilize more resources from the private sector. And Minister Carlos was saying this in the inauguration, so as to go in the direction established by the state and by public policies, also increasing the mass of resources that meet with these social impacts may be measured through the SDGs. Thank you, Elkin Velasquez. So I will give the floor in the same order in which you participated. Could you now give your comments, very specific comments? I agree with your perspective that many times these programs go and feed back the same issue of the costs. I think that there is a search that we have not been able to implement in Brazil, which is reoccupation of historic centers where we already have the infrastructure. We have transportation, job opportunities. But the problem in Brazil is that the law establishes that we need to have the buildings already built 10, 20 years ago, and that they can cover the present issues. To go beyond this and to maintain a minimum safety for the families in Brazil, we go too far into the peripheries and we can take the infrastructure there. And this will increase the prices of all these housing units, or when the urban areas are used, the municipalities need to solve the problem. So the investors need to make a commitment so that the units also increase their price. So we had an increase of more than 23% in construction materials. And when the pandemic returned to normality, the cost didn't go down. So subsidies are increasing and also prices are increasing. So this is a circle that we cannot solve. And one of the ways that we have to mitigate this is to reoccupy urban centers and the buildings that already exist. Vice Minister Batista. In Panama, the ministry plays both roles. The Vice Ministry of Housing takes charge of the housing demands of the population sector that is now doesn't have available credit or a mortgage. And also the territorial division is more like a facilitator of the private entities to develop housing projects. I was saying in my intervention that in Panama, we have had periods of governments that build and others that are facilitators. When we go back in time, we find that when we have been facilitators, it has been the results have been more productive. We have had a greater impact in the deficit compared to when the state is a builder. We say that governments are usually not efficient in the building of housing, so we have now become facilitators. This is the instruction of the president to be facilitators. And he asked how have we reduced this period of time? Well, first with empathy, to understand that the one is on the other side and having the function as an entrepreneur, we need to understand the one that is on the other side of the desk. Not only the promoters, but also the users of those housing units. So we need to be more efficient in the procedures. On the other hand, the issue of digitalization, the pandemic came to the country in a very quick digitalization process, and we are using this. And also the issue of decentralization. Panama is very backward in the terms of centralization. And this has several reasons, because we have a very large capital district that concentrates the economy. So with these three factors, we have been able to reduce times. Regarding what Martin was mentioning of costs, we have detected a very important factor in the increase of housing costs, which is the land, the land lots. Land is very expensive, and this is not justified. The prices have gone up, and we believe, as we have heard here, that the extra money that the owners of the lots have received has not transferred to the population. So there has been a benefit only for those that own the land, and they get benefits from all the urban programs of the state, and it doesn't go back to the people. So in Panama, we also have an increase in the labor force value. 30 years ago, the workforce represented 1/3 of the value of the construction, but now it is almost 50%, and in some cases 60% of the value of the construction. So these are factors that affect, and we believe that with this mix that we have done to foster through the Solidarity Fund for Housing and also the private entities, we have achieved two things. In 3 years, we could offer 15,000 housing solutions versus the previous administration that offered only 10,000 solutions with the same program. The other thing is that the competition, I have more than 300 promoters in the country. It has reached rural areas. I have 300 promoters competing between them. We require a house that it costs $70,000 and we subsidize 10,000, but the housing does not have more than 45 square meters, but there are some that are 100 square meters, and this benefits the users. Thank you. Minister Pereira, you have the floor. What we're doing is try to articulate efforts from the public sector together with the private sector. In this sense, a decree is almost ready, and we are proposing a modification of the organic charter so that we can have financial freedom. So, and this is what differentiates us. The housing secretary had an autarky until it became a ministry. So with this transformation, this is where we have lost the possibility of having resources, and that we cannot live from the state all the time. So we are reorienting our efforts so as to meet not only with the vulnerable sectors, we also have commitments from different sectors of the population. And we are working very hard in order to confront the
different challenges that we face, and also to those sectors that we have not reached yet. Last week, we had a presentation in the interior of the country, and we saw the needs that have not been met. And many times we are under this pressure, and we cannot stop caring for this also. So this is why today we are trying to materialize somehow all the needs that have not been met yet. Thank you, Minister, for your comments from Paraguay. Minister Moreira, Uruguay. In Uruguay, we have seen the problems of this value of the square meter, and it needs to be dropped without losing the quality of the housing unit. One of the factors was to improve the non-traditional construction methods, not because it saves time, that is an important factor, but also the contribution for the housing is industrialized. So it reduces almost in 50% the value compared to a traditional system. So we are also fostering the recovery of old buildings, emblematic buildings that are usually in the historic area of the cities, but also the services. And this makes us not only recover the large building and structures from other times, but also the savings of taking services into those areas. Another topic that we have worked on is that we have inverted the calculation in terms of the housing law and the project Sueños en Obra. The law was very good, but it really didn't reach the persons or the public that they had to reach because of the high costs of the property. So we reverted this. How much does the average Uruguayan be able to pay for social housing? And from then, we then built the house. So this is an important factor. And we can even give a non-reimbursable economic compensation of 30% of this project, because here we want to empower a modality that is a rental with an option to purchase. You rent for 5 years, and then you rent for 20 years more, but not paying rental, but only the installment for your own house. This is interesting, particularly for the working class and the youth that want to be independent. We also said, the Minister of Panama said, we are also facilitators between those that need and also private promoters. There is a list, a pre-sale list, so that there is a no project of 200 houses where we need only 50. So this will facilitate not only the sale, but also to lower their costs. And finally, another program that was being lost was the self-construction assisted in their own land, because the increase in several departments of the value of the land. And this is very good because you not only build yourself your house, and I think that this has a very important meaning. So it's not only to provide the key, but this is also important, but also you are part of the construction, and this reduces costs. What we are doing now in this the present law is that these lots with services will have utilities, and these will be accessible so that low-income people can build their own houses. Thank you, Minister. I think that we have had a great perspective of what is happening in the region. I wanted to mention something. In our experiences, what we are looking for is to complement the financial system for financing. In Paraguay, our index of financial deepening is very low. People don't have this mentality of financial education, and so as to meet with the requirements to qualify to receive credit. So what we do today is to flexibilize the norms to try to help people that are earning a minimum wage. The launching of our Mi Vivienda program is for a person that earns one minimum wage up to 7 minimum wage. So we want to replace the rental of the person, and from the urbanization ministry to find the conditions so that we can have the number of people. We have 12,000 clients, and today we have 54% of them. We have already lowered the arrears, and what we want is to be able to reach more houses. A social house is around 96 million guaraníes, which is around $12,000. And what we want is for people to access finances with soft credits. In this stage is where we're working now. Thank you, Minister, for highlighting the importance of financing and the diversity of housing offers. There must be a variety of interventions and a need to invest in the built city and at greater costs. At ECLAC, we have calculated an increase in costs of 23%, and this responds to an external event, but also internal events that was already mentioned. So thank you again for this general outlook on the topic. I thank you all, those who have participated in this first panel, and I conclude now reiterating my congratulations and thanks to those that participated, and also to invite you to a brief coffee break. Thank you. Thank you. We thank this panel and the enriching conversation regarding the role of the housing and the cities. Now, we wait for you back here in 20 minutes. Be on time so that we can start the second panel. Thank you.
Marcos, ¿está arriba? Ya, Rafael, por favor, que venga a la sala a limpiar los vasos por lo menos. Dile a limpiar los vasos porque el agua está saliendo turbia.
Parecía dormir en la voz.
Esperamos que hayan disfrutado de esta pausa para seguir en esta interesante conversación. Los invitamos a tomar asiento.
You're all invited to have a seat now, and we can continue with the second panel. Now, we will begin the second panel about financing land and housing market. Will be moderator with Enrique Rodriguez from CAF. Good morning. As we all know, the housing deficit is greater in Latin America. Probably this is one of the most serious public policies in the region. But in terms of the quantitative deficit and relations with the formal housing market, we have a report dated 2017, the report of Economy and Development, highlighting some structural problems in this sector regarding demand as well as supply. To resolve these problems of deficit require responses that goes beyond the sector related to the high interest rate, inflation, and structural things such as stabilization of the macroeconomy. However, even though these conditions are rather managed, the sector has its own problems such as low productivity in the construction, high cost to build housings, and then we include the regulations and the high cost of land and the possibilities to get access to credit. We know that mortgages is one of the financial instruments which is the most important one to buy a house in the formal market. But in our region, we have a great margin to develop in this regard, taking into account this report, mortgage debt as a percentage of GP is measured, and for the year 2017, the date of the report was 37% for Europe, the United States and Canada. This reached 70%. Instead, Latin America, the figure is rather lower. Chile has a mortgage market more robust with a debt stock equivalent to 20% of the GDP, while Brazil and Mexico, they have values below or close to 8%. In other countries, such as Argentina, this is not even under discussion because this doesn't exist in Argentina. Despite the importance of getting access to the mortgage loan after the crisis of 2008, we have proven that the access to houses through mortgages shouldn't be the only solution as part of the one single housing strategy. In our continent, with more than 50% of population in the informal sector, and where 8 out of 10 citizens live with the minimum salary or even less, to focus the efforts in this seems not to be the only solution. To approach the problem requires a multidimensional approach. How can we change this scenario to facilitate alternatives, and what are the funding alternatives that we could suggest? What other actors could adhere to the private sectors to have a better model? In terms of the qualitative approach, between 20-25% is living in informal settlements, and 33% of the population is not living in an adequate housing. We know that the improvement of dwelling conditions, this is an important area of work, but public intervention, as I said before, in the housing area, they do not respond to a comprehensive urban outlook. We require the city, we require services of the city to avoid residential alienation, to locate in the land with access to better opportunities. Today, We are proposing to discuss some of this issue in this panel, putting emphasis on the funding of the houses, but the funding and the framework of another funding for a comprehensive urban development. So the proposal for this panel is to exchange some ideas to think of the way to create alternatives around funding of the proper housings, including improvement of the environment, proper location in the city. For this, we have prestigious panel members who will help us to think about this. I will begin by Jessica Martinez Porras from Costa Rica. He is Ministry of Housing and Human Settlements and Executive President of the National Institute of Housing and Urbanism in this country. Minister Martinez is architect by profession and master in urban design from the Universidad de Costa Rica, expert in markets and land policies with studies in the National University of Bogota. And now we have Anelis Maria Mariscal Gonzalez from Cuba, member of the Academy of Science and PhD in Technical Sciences, Master in Regional Development and Director of the Planning Department of the Physical Planning Institute. We are going to have also Pablo Rivelli, Chilean, economist from Universidad de Chile, PhD and economist on Cornell University, director of the Market Bulletin of Soil Market, Land Market, and he supports the organization of people and homeless people looking for land for location. He is professor of Universidad de Chile and professor of urban master from the Universidad de Tela in Argentina. Martinez Molca from Brazil, bachelor in Universidad Católica, master degree in Pennsylvania University. He's author of numerous publications on land policies and the work of urban soil policy in Latin America. He is senior fellow and director for America. He has been the senior fellow America of Lincoln Institute and until the year 2022, where he taught more than 500 training programs for decision makers throughout the region. Now, after this introduction about the possible funding sources for the dwellings, the mortgage credit seems to be a strategic ally. But in a market which is not very sustainable, the middle income households are excluded from access to houses. And so combination of saving, credits and subsidies could multiply the resources in 4 or 5 times. So more families could have access to their own houses. And I would like now to start with Jessica Martinez Porras. Minister, could you tell us what has been the experience in your country in that sense, and what have been the main restrictions that you see to have a broader access to credit? Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. For the Ministry of Housing and Human Settlement of Costa Rica, it's an honor to be here and to share with such a distinguished panel members. So thank you so much, Minister Montes, and the ICLAC authorities. And of course, thanks to the United Nations as well. Very quickly, I would like to share with you this presentation that we have prepared. And to start by saying that we took office 6 months ago, and we started by trying to understand the status of the housing deficit to provide us with the context, because some countries have said, talk about the million of people, the houses in Costa Rica. We have 51,000 square kilometers with more than 5 million inhabitants. So our deficit qualitative deficit is about 145,000 houses, and the quantitative deficit 25,000 houses, for a total deficit of 170,000 deficits projected towards 2022 of 177,000 houses. So this picture that you see here has been built on minimum just statistical information based on a census with the idea to reflect the reality that we have in Costa Rica.
Por alguna razón no tengo como el control tan efectivo. Listo.
This is the chart of the dwelling deficit, where the red dots where we have a higher deficit. What is important here at census level, we have a growing housing deficit. In 1984, we had 112,000 for the year 2011. It's 170,000 houses. So although we have created a system since 1986 and then passed the National Institute of Housing and Urbanisms, which was in charge of to creating urbanism and dwellings, we haven't been able to reduce this deficit significantly. We see over the last 10 years, from census of 2011 and to date, this deficit has not been reduced. If we go to settlements, precarious settlements, we have more than 192,000 individuals living in informal settlements, and the distribution, geographical distribution of this settlement is mainly concentrated in the central region. This is made up by the metropolitan area, and this is a map of the housing deficit per cantons, and we see how this deficit is concentrated in the peripheral areas. In the higher northern part and east, we see Limon Canton with the highest level of poverty concentrated there. And the same situation is, we can find it along the coast. And here, this is metropolitan area. We can see the concentration of informal settlement in this area very significantly, and the Limon province as well in the northern area. Well, this is a recent study which has facilitated by a consultant of the United Nations working the analysis of the funding instruments, the housing bank, and what is the situation in terms of the future challenges. So we need to understand what is the configuration of the houses according to their location, whether they are in the rural or the urban area. We have 73% of the houses located in the urban area. In the rural area, 77%. And we see also the renting scheme, also how many houses are own houses, how many of them are leased or sent, or and we have here more than 25% of the population who don't have their own house, and this is an important segment which compels us to fix public policies for that sector. What is important also is the distribution of the family income based on the different lines that should be served. And in the case of urban areas, we have a high concentration in the food and transport, and so the percentages of this population, the rural and urban areas that can devote to housings are very low. In the case of people who have some kind of funding, we can see what happens here in terms of percentages. Population over 15 years old, the less favor or the unfavored sector, the highest or lowest deciles. And this is the situation in terms of the main sources to gain access to their own house. First, a donation or inheritance, and This is the 52% of the population, people having access to financial institutions credit. This is 20%, and so on. In the case of housing bonus, 70% of the population has access to these bonus. This is an important slide in relation to what is going on in the national financial system. We have subsidies system that was created in 1986. Since 1919, the political decision was made that this subsidy was absolutely free of charge. And here we can see the deciles and the strata, different strata. In the case of Costa Rica, we see the percentage of household according to their own incomes. This is in our own currency, a concentration of housing bonuses and investment in social houses are concentrated in stratum 1, but from stratum 2 below, they have no much investment, and the last one, they are completely unserved. We have an interesting situation in the strata 2, 3, strata 2, 3, 4. We don't have an equitable distribution of incomes in this system. And here we have different interesting findings in terms of the place where the construction is taking place and the concentration of poverty, and we have important differences where not necessarily the concentration of projects, dwelling projects or individual housing projects are in line with the poorest cantons, and we find coincidence in 3 cantons only. We have the deficits that I showed you just before. What happens with the system? Well, we have 2 funds, the National Housing Fund, which is the one that channels the credits, and the subsidies for housing, which is the one that makes reference to the family bonus. Here there is a long list of different administrative and bureaucratic processes which are related to the increase in costs, and this is one of the essential components that has impact in the increase of costs. This is a credit portfolio for NABI. This is in dollar, is about $250 million. This is the situation. It was important also the increase of costs of the projects funded by the system. And we have 2 components, what we call Article 59, which are projects of houses which require urbanizations and the habilitation of different pieces of land, and then the ones which already have services, and we see there is a significant increase of those costs. And the reasons are the one that you can see on the slide. There's important role of the total value of the land. We have paid more than 40% of that value in relation to the total budget. And we have infrastructure costs that shouldn't be taken by the system, but should be taken by other instances. There's companies providing public services, and we have issues related to design, construction, and so the projects covers a long range, and we have maintenance costs also. This is a summary of the condition that we have. Where this doesn't necessarily work as bank, and we have a condition of base rate plus 0.5, then base rate authorized by the authorities 2.5, and there is an additional 5.5 to 6% that increases the base rate to anyone who would like to have access to these houses in more than 8%. We had other instruments, but because of time constraint, well, very quickly I can tell you that we have identified the instruments which enable us to focus on part of this problem which has been developed by public policy. The first one has to do with the participation in terms of the recognition of this higher value given the intervention of the state or changing the standard or urbanistic uses that we can have in the city, and this could be rechanneled so to be better distributed in this process. We also have the urbanistic management, which allows us to establish these zones where it's possible to relocate some of these square meters of this potential, and we have concession to the rights to constructive rights, and this has been done by the Universidad de Curriabar, what in terms of because of some land concession, we can have better buildings with a high altitude. That this instrument has not been in Costa Rica, but we would like to include this preference procurement right, which is of the private nature, but the state has no possibility to access to this. So we are now doing a reform, an important structural reform in terms of unifying the sector, which has been atomized during many years. And one of the reforms that we are undertaking now is the real estate goods tax, including this progressive land tax and the right to surface that was suggested by legislative assembly, but now this was interrupted, and now we are now regaining again these activities. We have the idea to work with local governments, and so we need a close relationship with them. Costa Rica has two government levels, national and municipal government, so planning and land management is something essential to us in this case. Of course, this is one of the tools. Then the land readjustment is part of the regulation, the municipal code, and the urban planning law, and specifically the Ministry of Housing. We have a guide that worked on this and other practices, and we are now in a process to reform the state. There are 3 bills submitted to the Legislative Assembly, including habitat, housing, and territory. The idea is that this new institutionality can have enough authority to guarantee the use of all these tools and improve access to housing and habitat, which is an essential element which has been historically out of these policies. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Mili.
Thank you, Minister. You were talking about the distribution of the settlements in Costa Rica and the distribution of investments, how the investments didn't really reach the most vulnerable territories, unfortunately. So how investment is concentrated in specific areas only. Where you were born and where you grow, this has an impact throughout your life. And this is not determinism, this is statistics that show that. It is not the same to be born in a barrio with the same opportunities that a city has, to be born disconnected from opportunities. And this is transferred from generation to generation. So I think that what you're saying is very interesting, how the state has other instruments so as to guide this more sustainable development in the cities. What cannot happen is for the housing policies to be separated from a soil policy or from social policies, as Minister Montes mentioned. It is important to have a confluence of these policies. To talk about this specifically, I want to call Neris Mariscal Gonzalez, who is the director of the Land Planning Institute of Cuba, because recently the INOTU has implemented Law 145 on urban land planning, and we would like to know the approach of this law regarding soil management to provide access to sustainable housing. Thank you to be able to share with this panel, and I convey the greetings from our president who could not accompany us, the president of our institute. We do have a new law for the first time, and we would like to framework in the national urban policy and frame it in its legal framework. We also share it with our national scheme within this spatial view of development. The law was created in a collective space, several years of work with a LAMPO participation, and this included the initiatives, the legislative initiatives, all the participation of the population. 60% of the proposals were incorporated. Our law makes effective 4 constitutional rights: the right to property of soil, the right to an adequate house or home, an environment that is healthy and balanced, and also the citizens' participation. And in order to make this effective, and the topics that bring us together here is that there is a first moment and that the law makes preference to the urban organization that is compact. I think that we have talked about this already, the sustainability, resilience, and also the closeness between this and also the land planning entities that have been created have been preferring this type of arrangement. And it's clear also to be able to intervene on the spaces in the cities or these areas that are degraded. These are precarious barrios or informal barrios, and they need to look for the balance that the built areas have. The state has a program to transform the barrios, and it's 151 of one of the 168 municipalities with more than 160,000 houses that are, and also the care towards families and mothers that have more than 3 children. And this is part of the policy regarding demographic dynamics. This is a country with high indices of aging. So in these phases of intervention and in these areas, and many of them towards the interior of the consolidated areas, there is another aspect of the law which favors them, and is to work and to transform, starting from the spaces generated with these organization spaces and the organization, and to be able to use properties that are being underused and that are incompatible. 18% of them, this year, 18% of the homes that have been finished through the state route have been changes of use in existing properties. So this allows us the possibility of using the space, the infrastructure, the services. So it makes the investment more economical, and we are not going towards the peripheries, but rather we are reusing the space already existing. So in the law, there is a chapter devoted to waterways so as to have an intensive use of the soil. And we have this law that pays a debt that is in the civil code. So we want to update our civil code. Amongst other things, and related to financing and to make our cities produce, and that the benefits that are produced are reverted because of these urban interventions. In general, one of the principles of the law is the equitable distribution, and we recognize the need to create mechanisms and fiscal and economic incentives to contribute to the sustainable management of the soil. In Cuba, high percentage of the soils belong to the state. So this is good so as to be able to act. And sometimes it is a weakness when we do an indiscriminate use of the soil or when we don't have the tools to make them more productive. The law and this provision is in a favorable context for the country. And we need to work with the approval of the Constitution and institutional strengthening, but also the local government in the province as well as in the municipalities are participating. So we always maintain the effect of the blockage, the economic and commercial blockage that has limits us to obtain certain technologies so as to move ahead in time, and also the advantages of international operations. We have taken advantage within the law the opportunity of the interregional cooperation project for the implementation of the new urban agenda 2020-2023. It is a project between Habitat and CEPAL or ECLAC, and what we have been working with ECLAC are the ones that I am commenting now. We are in a process to develop capacities looking to see how we can revert and how can we use this value that is generated in the cities. This is a process that is increasing. We started in October 2021, and in October 22, we are now going with the third training course. And on these topics, we have linked the different actors in the territories, in the national territory, the national government, the civil society, academia, and also spaces of dialogue that have allowed us to combine with the study of one of the municipalities, Habana Vieja, as a space to implement what we have been doing. And of course, with all of this work that we have been doing and what the law allows, we are taxing this area for our country and also to adapt the physical space to all the effects that climate change is producing as a Caribbean country, as a small island state, and also everything else that occurred during the pandemic. Thank you. Thank you, Nelly. It's interesting that you talk about something that the minister talked about, a sustainable habit. So how in Cuba you are linking the land organization law to comply with the national urban strategy, because a lot can be done from a ministry, particularly in the area of soil management and territorial management. As I said before, housing strategies cannot be separated from the territorial plans. So due to this false dichotomy or tension between the role of the state and the markets, the state can generate alternatives. There are alternatives, and we can learn in spaces such as this one to exchange ideas on these alternatives. When we think about housing financing, we only think about housing that is a property, but we have left aside other alternatives that can be financed by national governments. For example, what happens in Europe or the United States with rentals or the social rental system. This could be fostered here, maybe in Latin America. Different associations, private entities could have some incentives to do this. On this topic, I would like now to talk about the academic perspective with our colleague Pablo Trivelli, who is a process from the University Torquato di Tella, to talk about this on this perspective. What space do you see in our region to go to similar models in order to access to other
models other than land ownership. They need to use the microphone.
Ahí, bien.
So it is a very difficult perspective, and there's some optimism, but the global figures are not very optimistic. I would like to start from a general perspective, the topic of the soils. The first thing that we need to do is how much soil do we need? And to do this, we see the population projections. And today, the demographic growth is 1.5% of the urban population, which is around 7.5 million people per year. And what that means, and what this expresses in the territory, is a concentration in the large cities. So the statistics show that most of the population is concentrating in large cities, cities of more than 1 million inhabitants, as you see in this chart. So in order to do soil policies or housing policies, etc., the first observation is to have metropolitan governments, for example. Usually there is none except for some exceptions, but it is difficult to think that we are going to be efficient in these territorial policies, particularly if we want to have a regionalized perspective and to avoid the centralism that has affected the governments of all of our countries. Secondly, I would like to say that the projections indicate that the soil demand or the land demand will grow up to 2050. From now to 2050, it will grow around 25%. This is assuming that the population growth rates are constant, but particularly the density rates. There is history that says that intensity rates drop despite the efforts done by the nations to densify the demographic growth, and this has significant consequences in terms of social integration. And we see the history in the world that is marking a trend towards a decrease in the density. And this is serious because when you study the growth in land demand up to 2050, with a reduction of density of 2% per year from now onwards, this means that the urban surfaces will be doubled or more than doubled. It will go from 188 thousand square meters to double it. So what you ask is, well, I'm not going to do a criticism. I respect and admire the ministers for the bravery of doing the work that they do, but their work finishes in like 2 or 5 more years. So when we see that by 2050 we need to have twice the urban land, well, where does it come from? You start wondering, what are the private entities doing? Maybe they are anticipating to this, particularly the speculators, because this means a revaluation of the land. And obviously there will be earnings without carrying out any productive effort. So we wonder, what are the land policies that the governments have from now until the next 50 years in terms of the displacement of the urban boundaries, the management of the norms, also the expansion of the networks, because without water or sewage systems, it is very difficult to have urban land. So if we're going to need land for 7.5 million people every year, we need to know what points fit into these 7.5 million, and most of those people are poor. because when the state is in no condition to respond to the demands for housing or land, there is an informal market. There are invasions of land, and also there is the right to find a place to live. And this translates into taking land informally. And I like to emphasize that the first right is the right to have a place to drop dead. One, you know that in this square area, you're going to be able to die. And then you have the right to have a roof and then to have housing, always having a place where to live. So we know in terms of income distribution that in most parts of Latin America and the Caribbean, the poor people are concentrated on the cities. And I've already used half my time. So it is 200 million poor people, and the statistics show that 80% of the population lives with incomes that are less than 3 limits to poverty. The cities are inhabited by people who are very poor or poor. So the geographical expression of this is, for example, in the case of Santiago, what you see here, and this is correlated to the land values. The land value in social structure, and this segregates the population with a lower income to the cheaper lands because they don't have that many opportunities, and it is accompanied also by transportation requirements that must be very efficient. But in Chile, that doesn't work, because here there is some information from 2010, 2011, and reviewing the proportions between income and the rates of public transportation. What this official report of the Ministry of Transportation says that if all the members of a family, 2 adults and 2 students, if they paid for this rate, they would spend 60% of their income in transportation. And this is what the Ministry of Costa Rica mentioned. In Costa Rica, you can even pay 20% on average. So when you want to straighten things up and that everybody needs to pay, actually, they are not going to have access to employment, health, or education. So this is for 40% of the population that, as you see here, spends that. So this is really scandalous. I show it in Chile because I don't care about talking about these things when I am in Chile. This happens everywhere. In Buenos Aires, the same. This is the social economic structure, and this is the land price structure. In Mexico, the same thing. This is the price structure of the soil market, and this is the social economic structure. In Quito, the same thing. In Uruguay, Montevideo, the same. And what matters here is that the drama here is that the price of land increase faster than salaries. So what we know regarding the increase of price of land is in Chile, the price of land, it takes 11 years to double. In Buenos Aires, 6 years to double. In Mexico, 5 years to double. And in Quito, it takes between 5 and 10 years to double its price. The drama is that the increase in salaries in Latin America is that the real average salaries grow around 1% per year, so they double every 80 years. So that is fatal, because you know that this will affect in the increase in price of land, and that the poor people won't have access. So the consequence is while the owners of land become richer, because I don't see that there are any efficient mechanisms, real mechanisms to recover the profit, because it doesn't have any productive effort included in it. But the ideology in our situation assigns property rights to the rights of profits.
So we know, and Diego will tell us what happened in Ecuador with the tax to profit. So we have a drama because the main increase in the price of housing is the increase in the price of land, and the price of land is an earning that doesn't have any productive effort in the back. So the consequence is a moral criticism because there is a discrimination, as you said, regarding opportunities and the urban opportunities that people have. So the same with the social organization and also the market organization. So you see the discrimination in terms of equity and equal opportunities as the essential principle of democratic livelihood. This is not fulfilled. And also in the urban reality, it's not fulfilled. So from the political point of view, there is severe criticism to the operation of democracy, but there's also a severe criticism from the moral point of view, because it is scandalous that while people become rich with the profits they make, the poorest are pushed to further and further periphery because the salaries are not increasing proportionally to the price of land. So we think that this is scandalous from the ethical point of view, and this is typified in a time zero version. It is summarized in an angelic passage from Matthew 25 to 29 that literally says, those who have will be given, and those who don't have, whatever little they have, they will be taken away. This is a perverse thing in the Gospels, and I think it's important to quote it in a continent that is Christian, and we are living a scandalous situation. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, profesor Tivelli.
Thank you, Professor Tibeli. So the access to credit probably is not a reality for all citizens in Latin America. You were talking about the right to profits. If public investments are the ones that generate this profit then should go back to the ones that invested. They should, yes, they should. And to talk about this, I want to invite Martin Smolka, who is known by all of those who study urbanism, because we have taken classes with you. So for this issue, because one of the most recurrent comments when you talk about financing of urban investments is to take advantage and also the fair distribution of this profit that the professor mentioned. This collection potential that is within the land, and who takes advantage of all of this? How can this be used by society as a whole, or that it returns to the people? From your experience, what financing instruments that are different from mortgages for land ownership could be at the hand, not only nationwide, but also at the municipal level? Thank you for the opportunity of being here. Before we start, I would like to tell you that I was controlling time because he requested me to do that. I have a good friend that maybe you know, called Pablo Sandrone, that says that with more than 50 years of practice in urban planning, he learned something that is very strong, very difficult. He learned that to make a city with money, it is much easier than without money. So what I want to say here is, where is this money coming from? And is it possible to mobilize part of that money? And this is the argument that I want to propose here. In general, there is a brutal amount of money left on the table that could be used, and it's not being used. So you wonder, are we working on this issue of financing homes of the city in a general manner? This costs money, and we need to look for this money, and we need to look for this money in a way that doesn't cause greater difficulties in a recurrent manner. McKinsey, who is an international consultant that has good reputation, in the case of the United States, they show that between 1952 and 2018, sorry, 80% of the growth of housing prices in the US is attributed to the land. This is a brutal amount. So, what is the value we're talking about? Some figures in general. In Latin America, in urban soil, it's about $4 trillion. And it's obvious that these $1 trillion cannot be removed because these are in nature. And if you take out this, it has own consequences on the value. So this is merchandise that is very peculiar in this way. But we can talk or capture a part of this, and this was discussed this morning. Around 40 to 60% of the value of the heritage of the whole environment that has been built. What is the value of the land in this built area? Michael Cohen is an economist, and he goes to the city and asks the mayors, how much does your city cost? And nobody is really certain about this because nobody calculates these numbers, but we know that it is a significant number, and it is around 40 to 60% of the whole value of the already built environment. So we could explain this, but we are not going to do that because I'm not going to be taking more than my 30 minutes.
Y así me fueron.
So I want to show you a specific case on how we can mobilize significant part of these values for the benefit of social housing and how this has been done. I'm going to present this in the case of Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo has a very interesting experience. This is the onerous granting of this building instrument. This has been inspired in a French instrument from 1976. We have this discussion about land, and this evolved and up until 2014, after 14 years, the Sao Paulo city, if you are owner of a piece of land, you have the right to build one time the area of the land. And this is the city as a whole. And any additional things that zoning allows you, and you have to buy the values that you have had. And so if that I don't have more than 5 minutes. Well, Chilean 5 minutes, that's okay. That means that more or less minutes. What do you mean about that? The rights to construction is a public, patrimony. So this is a private capital. If you want to take advantage from 1, 2, 3, 4 over the zoning, you have to buy that rights. And that was done in Sao Paulo. 12 years time to reduce this and to separate this from the maximum construction. So we can discuss this, and this could be an example, physical example of urbanism. This building in Curitiba, where this is applied, and this was the right to the building and the part that you have bought. What we're talking about here, for an entrepreneur, if you want to build 5,000 square meters, can buy 5 lots of 1,000 square meter each, or to buy and to build 5 buildings. And this is what is given, because when density increase, you have a higher density, you can invest in infrastructure, and so you can have more density. Who paid wasn't the owner, but was the taxpayer in general. And this is the moral principle that is behind an instrument which has even consequences on equity and efficiency. And so this is, I'm going to speed up here. This is an example of the last years, which they have the rights for construction, and 150, 180 different years here, different values. And for most of you, this is not money, but in Sao Paulo, the people consider this as real money. And so the potential is much higher. There is a long way to go. More than 56%, or 59% to be more accurate. It's not computed, so we have some room there. These are more than 3,000 projects. That means more than $1 million in incomes. Here, the cross subsidy, to demonstrate that this is a building that was $100,000 in construction rights, selling 6,000 square meters for 30 additional housings. And we have a distributed component, which is very significant. That we have another instrument here for different urban areas in the city, where we are having
Redesarrollando grandes polígonos de la ciudad, estamos
with polygons, we're talking about more than 500 hectares. And just the last auction of those rights, which takes place on the Stock Exchange Commission, which is highly controlled. To give you an idea, that the last auction, last period, 93,000 were sold, and each setbacks give you the right to build more than $4,000 per square meter. And this in urbanization, the favelas in the most valuable areas of Sao Paulo. And this is social inclusion, residential, spatial inclusion, urban inclusion. There's been thought that this is not possible. Yes, this is possible. We have different favelas and the urban operations. This is Favela Coliseo, which is historical favela in Sao Paulo. And now we have 3 buildings in the same area where this favela was located. And this, I mean, is worth nothing. Different works funded with this, just the not used money, because more money could be produced with all the works which were built. Just the money and the capital market, more than $3 billion. We're talking about, well, my time is over. Just to set up clear This could be done, must be done, has been done, and we can do it better. And we need to grow more because the land occupation pattern has a high social cost, so we need to build vertically. That's it. Thank you.
Gracias. Profesor, al contrario, con usted el tiempo parece no pasar. Puede seguir.
Well, time flies with you. I want to take something of what you have said, Professor. Ethics. To keep this word in mind, because I said before that the right to city, to guarantee the right to city, collides with the market, and it's a false contradiction because the land market and the housing market is restricted by the existing regulations, the legal frameworks, and planning instruments, urban and rural planning instruments. So the ethical question is, who is favored with planning? Here we have decision makers, ministers, and people who are in the position of making decisions. So I would encourage you asking yourself this question: who is favored with the planning? A report on economy and development that was issued 1 hour ago is about intergenerational mobility. Very interesting. There is a full chapter devoted to the long-term implications of the place where you are born and live. And this is just a brief paragraph where it says the quarter in the mobility of human capital, the physical and social environment can condition the building up of physical and emotional cognitive aspects in the first decade of life, mainly as this environment is shared with the parents. Children are exposed to similar factors to the ones experienced by their parents. And so it's possible that they share with the parents the type of skills, while the social environment operates through social capital, including different effects from the peers, and the physical environment can promote opportunities or put obstacles to the human development in line with the quality of the habitats and access of because of the location of different structure. So probably we could open to various debates, but 1 or 2 questions, probably very brief, no more than that. Yes, a question from the audience or comments. Please say your name and use the microphone as well. Good afternoon. I'm Héctor Guarda, President of Techo Foundation. We are in 18 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and I wanted to ask you because, well, one comment, I mean, if there is something that we see in all Latin American countries is the number of precarious settlements that we find in our cities, favelas in Brazil, and in every country we have something similar. In fact, people from IDB said that 120 million people are living in this kind of settlements. Sometimes we see precarious settlements as a symptom of something that should be excised. And families who have come to live in those settlements is because of economic reasons and because of the high prices of the renting today. And so how can we resolve the problem with the settlements in our countries? Sometimes we do not even have information about the number of settlements that we have in our countries, because it's the only way to prevent and to take palliative actions to prevent families to reach living in settlements, because once they are there, these are problems for our countries, and we have quantitative and qualitative deficit of housings increasing permanently. Dear ministers, can we focus on these? And if we can discuss this with different countries, you can count on us to make these settlements visible in our territories. Thank you. Minister Montes. I have a question, especially question for Martin and Paula. We know each other for a long time. I heard Martin, I know Martin, I was his student, and with Pablo, we have met many times in our lives, but being highly encouraged and very impressed because of his analysis on the market, the countries and the people. What has changed over the last years? Because we have new factors in Latin America, because investment funds are a different reality which operates in the land market, basically looking for a financial profitability. And so there's something that, apart from what you have said, there is an international factor of the financial funds which is having a great influence. And while bonuses have no the profitability of the soil or the land, we are buying investment funds with Chinese capitals in Europe, for instance, and what is going on in Europe with land. I mean, the people prefer public programs of soil and then housing, because the most expensive aspect of this is the soil, the land. How can we face this? We have discussed this with the Ministry of Finance, because it's very clear that there are factors which have a great influence in all this panorama. In line with what the minister has said, we are exporters of capital gain. I'm aware that we have foreign investors coming over here, and they invest not only in the urban sector, but in the agricultural sector, even more than in the urban sector. The thing is that investor comes, they find properly exploited lands, prices are very attractive, they buy it, and they leave it there. They pay, I mean, the people who used to be there, and they say, you continue doing what you were doing, and you report to me. But in the agricultural world is the profitability of the land and not the profitability of the plantations. So there's some promotion from the United States and saying, well, you can come over here and we can guarantee a high profitability. So this is a political issue, and I dare myself to say that in the political world, they do not understand this, because the city is the city of the floods, and the problem is the problems of drainage. When the city is flooded, next day there is a crime, and so this issue becomes the security. Then there we have an accident, and the problem is the transport system. So the political world doesn't understand the city. You understand the city, minister, you know who are surrounding you. And the worst inheritance of the dictatorship is the ideological transformation in this country in terms of the defense of the private property right. And so I don't think that we need to go so far to rescue the literature from the 60s in this country, when the agrarian reform law was approved with the majority unanimity. With I mean, we are living we are living times which are radically conservative. The rightist, and it's impossible. That doesn't imply that we cannot make efforts, because among the things that I dare myself to say as Chilean, that in the year 2007, the first government of President Bachelet, the Ministry of Housing, prepared a social integration law with two main principles. Any housing project should include 5% of social houses, and the second, any in no legal standard, the social housing project should be banned, except for something that is included in some regulation. This law was announced in La Moneda, was never dispatched to the Congress, and this law was born dead. And unfortunately, President Bachelet didn't send that law to the Congress. So I think that there's enough maturity in this country. We have the inheritance, ideological inheritance from Pinochet's regime, but we also have the possibility to work on this line and these topics. And I think that this is very appropriate, because this time couldn't speak completely, but I can say that capital gains and surplus. And when the real estate owner doesn't pay to the owner of the land, but is paying to the state, and the capital gains are going to be there no matter who are the owners. And so we need to look for intelligent way to recover this. And this is an example that is not very welcome here in this country, as because of ideological reasons. Many things are not spread here for ideological and political reasons, but when Joaquin Lavín expanded the law with the regulation of the city and expansion towards the mountain, he put a requirement to fund all the public works, which would mean a greater density. And they made an estimate of the amount of money for public investments, and they concluded that it was 500 hectares for new houses. Today, anyone that goes to the municipality to ask for a construction permit has to pay 500 UF for each permit. This is fresh information. I would like to answer first the techo question and comment first. Just what we know is that poverty produces informality, but informality produces poverty. And we need to start thinking of different logics, because that has a second issue. The land is expensive, but no, it's not expensive. It's a consequence. It's not a determinant. The land is a result of an occupation pattern and how investments are taking place in the city. How much, how worsen are the conditions of occupation of the people, that will lead to a higher land value. Because I pay for some things to avoid living in lower conditions. And that means that the worst piece of land in the city determine the prices in other areas. The exclusion, the occupation pattern, and we have here that planning is conducive to investment in one place and not in the other. And what is the promotion of that difference in value? Well, we need to think for if we want to rebuild the policies and to put them in the right place, we have to think that Land is as simple as a field of tomatoes, but if we have to understand this, we're going to be going around in an endless loop. We are changing different new agents and new ways of investment. Chinese are buying the land everywhere. And you know why? Because they know why they are buying. And this is related to this urban business. But we can fight it with the same instruments and the same weapons. And what is interesting, for instance, about the CEPAC is that if you want to speculate in the CEPAC auction, you can do it because the government will earn more money. Because we are there selling something that is a public heritage. What is the public heritage? The right to build, the right to construct. And this is a buying transaction. The people are the owners of the construction rights, and they can sell them to the private sectors. And when the private sector doesn't include this in their patrimony, there is no tax. And you can tax with something that is part of the capital of the individual or the company. So these are instruments which are leading with a very high sophisticated level with the financial market, and we need to use this like the antidote of this. And we need to focus on funding policies with instruments which are adapted to our activities. To conclude, one of the greatest mistakes is to negotiate the land and to call the same negotiation table the owners of land and the real estate agents. These are two different animals, but we need to break that approach. And in Sao Paulo, in some moment, you were in some zone of the country, you had the right to build, and the city said, we're going to reduce now the possibility to construct, and the owner of the land won't earn that much. But the maximum base will be 2.5. Any real estate agent, if you ask them, would you prefer the right to build 2.5 without paying or 1 without paying? And with that, they separated both groups. The owners is one individual, is one entity, and developers are another entity. And they know very clearly that the money that they have to pay to the city, they are not going to be paying to the owner, and vice versa. The price of the land, developers have nothing else but what is of their interest. They know that that price has been defined outside. They have it in some specific place. The best action will take place outside. I have to buy anything, but I have no other place and no other possibility to take the value of the land. And the owner has no possibility to sell this in another word. And he will sell to that one who is paying more. So these are basic things that need to be understood in the light of the challenges that we have to fund these projects. and the money involved, which is very significant. That to fund the social houses is not so much money. And we can compare this with other investment, but this is like to think of urban poverty. To eliminate urban poverty, the total public
Nada exorbitante, es que
resources are not, I mean, so huge, but we can also approach this under the cost of opportunities.
Usted sería un gran ministro.
You would be a great housing minister. Well, as a closing statement, I would like just to say something else. Land planning is never neutral. I would like to thank all of you who are present this afternoon, ministers, decision makers. Thank you for your presence here. Thank you all. Thank you. This has been an interesting conversation as well as necessary for the development of public policies regarding housing for all the countries here present. Now, we are going to give important instructions. Please pay attention. We cannot conclude this block without not giving a memory of this dialogue. So we invite all the authorities here, ministers, technical secretariats, and international organizations to take a picture in the flag sector where you see there in the back. So while the organizing teams and the other participants can go to lunch, and you should have a ticket for that. If not, at the entrance, you can request them so that you can now go and have lunch. Thank you.
Reiteramos el llamado, por favor, las autoridades, les rogamos que se queden en el salón para la fotografía oficial. Realizaremos 3 fotografías, primero de los ministros, luego junto a la Secretaría Técnica y luego una tercera foto con todos los organismos internacionales. A los demás asistentes les pedimos por favor dirigirse al almuerzo y nos vemos a las 14:30. Gracias. Les reiteramos el llamado, por favor, para realizar la fotografía oficial y les recordamos a los asistentes que en una mesa justo afuera de este salón podrán retirar su ticket de almuerzo en caso que no lo tengan y las autoridades tienen un almuerzo especial en el cuarto piso apenas concluyamos la fotografía oficial. Muchas gracias. Les recordamos que la fotografía es solo de autoridades. Las delegaciones que acompañan a las autoridades les pedimos, por favor, salir del salón y dirigirse a la mesa que está justo fuera de este lugar para que puedan retirar su ticket de almuerzo. Adelante. Si quieres, pido ayuda a mis compañeros. Les pedimos a las autoridades que por favor no salgan del salón, que permanezcan un rato, unos minutos para poder tomar la foto oficial y que estén todos presentes para este recuerdo. Por favor, los invitamos a tomar asiento para dar inicio al tercer panel de la jornada.
We invite you to have a seat to start with the third panel session.
Les recordamos que
Remind you that you can have simultaneous interpreting available. You can get your headsets outside the room. And the authorities have the devices on the tables, and we are permanently on live.cepal.org. We hope that your lunch, you enjoyed the lunch and you have more energy to continue with the third panel of this Assembly of Ministers and Authorities for Housing and Urbanism from Latin America and the Caribbean. Now we will listen from inclusive cities and mainstreaming gender approach and care system. Camila Cosilla Varas, a researcher from International Institute for Environment and Development. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ministers and the secretaries. I'm Camila Cosilla, a researcher of the International Institute for Environment and Development. And it's an honor to me to moderate this third panel of MINURVI on inclusive cities, mainstreaming gender approach and care system. I'm going to provide you with a brief introduction before going to the panelists. We have Mexico, Habitat, Honduras. And women, we carried out 72.2% of the total number of hours of non-remunerated work in the world, 2.5 times more work than men. In Bogota, a study has demonstrated that 30% of women devote to care without receiving any salary. Home inequalities are translated that in Chile, 84.9% of one parent has one women as a household head. The women are the ones leveraging the collective actions in the neighborhoods through different activities, providing healthcare system. We have built social structure and capable to respond to these structural gender inequalities, division between productive and reproductive work, which affect the economic, social autonomy of women. The lack of care is a clear example of this. Societies have not taken charge of care activities because we know that someone is going to be available to take care of that. And that person has been mainly women through remunerated or non-remunerated work. And many times women who live in precarious situation or who are marginalized. The problem in our society is that care are not something occasional, but they are throughout the entire vital cycle. I would like to provide you with an image to share a brief reflection with you. This infography shows different information to answer the question that apparently is very simple. Why to take care of? Why to take care in order to make progress in equity? This image has to do with the work that we have done with joint local cities and government. We produces a report which is called the Cold Report, and we made a proposal. So the next goal project is will cover urban equity. We did it with networks of local governments and civil society. The result was this one, that instead of proposing a sectoral approach, propose a different roads towards the inclusion of women, including care. So the question to build this chapter that was coordinated by Olga Segovia and Marines Duran is how is a city in charge of taking care? Is the one that provides social services, provide health, education services, care in critical situation, cares about disabled people, children, that welcome migrants and access to housing without discrimination. A city that takes care is the result of a society that offers the conditions of the responsibilities shared by the whole society, the community, the state, and households. Because, as feminists have said, the cost of these deficiencies in this society are paid by someone, and this someone is normally women. From ECLAC, the economic valuation of unpaid work shows a number that goes from 15.9 to 25.3% of the GDP, and women contribute with 75% of that value. The feminist movement has called upon the recognition of infrastructural differences. We know that women play an essential role in the production of popular housing throughout Latin America, provide the social structure to respond to the crisis, the food crisis as a result of COVID. A recent study of Santa Maria University shows that in the metropolitan area, more than 1,200 common dining places were available. Women, they are in charge of gathering water in informal settlement, and they are normally participating. They should be at the core of the policy considering those ill. And from the academia, an international organization and regional conferences on women in Latin America and the Caribbean that we're going to be discussing now makes a call to an active participation of the government to promote recognition, redistribution, and reduction of the burden on women. And this at the same time requires procedures to the feminist side, the care. In the context of MINURVI, how this is related to the urban and housing policies. We cannot protect without taking charge of the care crisis. As the housing crisis is a crisis or human rights crisis, this crisis reminds us that the right to live in a full life is a right that we're all entitled. Millions of people, more than 20% of global population, have no access to decent homes. 1 out of 5 individuals, and when we talk about adequate housing, we are talking about the possibility to have maltreatment and abuse of women and children and girls. Access to housing and adequate housing, the support to the caregivers, and are all things which are related to urban housing policies. We understand the gender equality, such as urban justice, as an ambition, which parameters are moving with us every time that we are making progress. So this poses challenges of governance and management that we cannot avoid for each country, a democratic, territorial, and public structures. Within this context and this excellent panel that we're going to have from Chile, Mexico, Honduras, UN Habitat, and ECLAC, we're going to share the vision of different organizations about the challenges and progress of urban and housing policies, looking for a gender approach. We're going to begin with Tatiana Rojas and the Secretary of Housing and Urbanism of Chile. Each presentation will be given in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I have a short presentation.
La conversación, no sé quién la presentará. Bueno, para partir, mientras se proyecta
While we have the presentation on the
la
screen,
información que traigo, quería comentarles que
I wanted to tell you that the idea
en esta instancia poder
is
contarles
to tell you about the progress that we have made at the Ministry of Housing regarding gender aspects and the policies in relation to the care. And I'm going to provide you with a socio-political context, which I would like to highlight and analyze and to reflect upon this together with you, because to be in this position and the progress that we have made here is the result of a very intense political activity, which has a peak in the citizens' demand, which ended up in October 18 in Chile in the year 2019. And so the demands emerge very strongly, and one of the important elements which are taken out of that context is that these demands are related to the demands of the feminist groups in that time. After the social outbreak, one of the elements that arises here is that we need to think of a new constitution in Chile. The constitution that we have was a constitution that is born in the dictatorship period. And this constitution was producing the inequalities, and one of the conditions which is demanded for this constituent process is that the one who would be in charge of writing this new constitution was with parity context and participation. They consider many aspects of the feminist demands in Chile: a life free of violence, including sexual and reproduction rights, recognition of domestic work, a right to an adequate and decent house. These were the main demands over which women were expressing their feminist feeling. And in that scenario, the pandemic of COVID-19, many of the gender problems that we have made notice of were expressed here. And here we have a lot of inequalities that were recognized. And one of the things had to do that the crisis of care emerges here because a theory has been expressed in terms of social problems regarding who were in charge of providing care. And here we analyze concepts of life sustainability. Here we have the debate about dichotomy between the public and private sector, the labor scheme, and the community participation, and not only reading and caring, but participation in the communities and other responsibilities for the women, and also the care among for those who were ill, and the popular cafeterias and dining areas, and the use of time and violence during the pandemic, where women were at home and they went through many situations of family violence. So we took office with President Gabriel Boric at the head, and one of the premises that this is a feminist government, transformative government, looking for the cultural transformations which give rise to this social inequality, has a foreign policy based on decentralization, decent work, and mainstreaming gender, with emphasis in the following axes: avoiding violence against women, gender violence, because the violence is not the family violence, but gender violence. National care system, install a national care system recognizing that cares are provided mainly by women, economic autonomy, decent job for women, and recognition of LGBTIQ plus groups. Gender mainstreaming is something that we can implement here in Chile today because there is a political will, and the idea is to mainstream this in every department and in all the policy cycles, design, implementation, monitoring, and assessment of public policies in Chile. There is a program which is surveying, which is named Chile para Todos. In terms of MINURVI, we have the law 21450 of the year 2022, which approved the law about social integration and urban planning. And in this law, Article 2 of Law 16391, that created the ministry in 1965, is modified. And why do I say this? Article 15, and through this law, there is an explicit mainstreaming of gender perspective in all policy and programs. The objective is to face deficit in housing and urban development of the most vulnerable families, promoting integration and social and urban inclusion, fostering houses of optimal standards with any kind of subsidies and quality standard and of life and urban development. All this has to do with the decrease that regulate the emerging sectors and middle sectors strategies, including a mainstreaming a gender perspective. Today, we have a legal framework to include or to mainstream gender. We add the political will of this government, some legal aspects which enable us to make progress in this endeavor.
So how do we confront this from the Ministry of Housing? As just as the other ministries, we have a gender ministerial consultancy. We also have a team of social inclusion that includes gender issues, cross-cutting it from the programmatic tools to the PMGs and all the instruments that we use in the instrument. There is a gender commission that depends on the undersecretariat, and there are people in charge of gender in all ministerial offices or the ministerial services in all regions in Chile. So what do we do? What we did was to refocus this perspective of the city and the territory. We are moving ahead in our policies, but we are giving it a seal and refocusing it. The cities are not neutral spaces. These are not spaces that warranty equality for all, but rather cities and territories reflect and reproduce gender inequalities, ethnic inequalities, nationality, sexual orientation inequalities. Close to 90%, and we have seen this in this conference, of the population lives in urban areas, and women represent over 50% of those who live in these urban settlements. Despite of this, the development of the cities has made them invisible historically in the planning and construction of cities. Cities have been created from a masculine perspective without taking into account females' perspective. So we are collecting today that perspective. We installed the so-called the territory of care, where the gender roles have defined that women have assumed the care labors or care work, particularly during crisis, and they have been excluded from political decisions. And this leads to insufficient equipment and services for daily life. There is a sexual division of labor, and this remains so. So we want to acknowledge this and modify it. And the reality of women has changed, and this affects the reconciliation between work and family. Also, we have the productive model that has consequences in public and private transportation, and also visualizing the conflict that this brings in the commute from work to home. I'm not going to stop into the challenges, but we are working towards the inside of the ministry, because in order to project a policy with gender perspectives, we need to work in our ministry with our teams, with our tools, and reviewing our institutional tools, and also projecting it towards the external side. This is determined in the housing emergency plan. We tend to think that in regarding housing issues or physical aspects, the gender perspective is foreign. However, we say that this is not so. We can make it cross-cutting in all areas. Thank you. Thank you, Undersecretary. These transformations that we are talking about require to look into the organizations and understand how policies are developed and how organizations adapt to change. Our second presentation is from the Undersecretary of Land Organization of the Territorial and Urban Development of Mexico, Doña Edna Elena Vega Rangel. You have 10 minutes, and I will tell you when you have 2 minutes left. Please load the presentation. Good afternoon. First, it's an honor to be here in this event. The last time I participated in Costa Rica with Elkin, and it was a real pleasure. These debates and these exchanges of information and perspectives really enrich us, enrich the national government, and they provide different possibilities for the programs and their implementation. I paid a lot of attention to the presentations that we're giving this morning, and I'm going to make some adjustments to my presentation, because they caused in me some reflections stemming from those ideas. So what are we stating for this panel? It is the basic content that has to do the link between gender equality and housing. I'm not going to stop into this very long, because Tatiana made a presentation of the political context, and I think that in that sense, this also enriches the position regarding the role of women and how it has been dealt with in our countries. Also, a change in approach in housing policy that was implemented with the present administration in Mexico, the elements of our proper housing, the methodology that we are developing right now, the diagnosis in our country, and also the housing policy in Mexico. So I could say that, as Tatiana mentioned, there are many data that tell us about this difference and why it is important to reflect upon this. And this has, we have linked the public space to males and home to female. And Tatiana already mentioned some elements of what has happened in general in Latin America and in the world. So this leads to inequality, gender inequality, and the sexual division of labor, because women have been limited to work at home and to provide care. And it is basically done at home. The condition of the homes directly affects women due to the situation, whether because of the available space, the physical environment, and the structural safety. And these are also established in the practices, customs, and experiences. To the right, we see quantitative and qualitative data. 28.2% of the GDP generates, and it is generated by non-remunerated work. And of this, 70% is generated by women. So 3 times more time that women devote to work at home and non-remunerated care compared to men. So what is this link between gender inequality and housing? Well, the location and accessibility of services. Tatiana was providing data about this. Also, the caring activities. Due to the name of this panel, I'll give you this information. Care activities to care and their distribution in the public and private space. 85.6% of the persons that do this care work at home or at hospital or at other places, they are women. 89.3% of the persons that supported or guided their members of the home in the use of computers, cells, internet, activities related to courses and classes. It is women who do that. 98% of the people that work for free caring for a home, these are women. So these are revealing data regarding the role of women, which tends to be stigmatized but is present. So how do we strengthen, foster, and this work of women? In the present administration, headed by Mr. López Obrador in Mexico, we believe that the approach of housing policies and in general the welfare policies should change. That is to say, to provide meaning, the meaning of rights, the right to housing, not only as a merchandise or a product, but rather where the government's responsibility or the state's responsibility is to guarantee the fulfillment of this right. And there are many instruments. Several of you have participated in these debates and discussions of the urban agenda. We worked since the period of transition to strengthen the housing sector. Before, it was the responsibility of the Commission, the National Housing Commission. In 2019, there was a separation so that the responsibility and the design of policies remained in the Secretariat to acquire the level of state secretariat, and the National Commission became the executing entity of these policies. I won't go into details because on this basis, modifications were made in 2019 and 2020 on the housing law, and instruments, very important instruments were generated. For example, the land organization strategy and the national strategy of self-production. These are the basic instruments that are focused from the human rights perspective. And this has been our guide with respect to the design and the execution of the housing program. Recently also, the National Council on Housing was reinstalled, and we promoted before the Chamber of Deputies a change of name. The Mexican Constitution states that right now that all families has the right to enjoy a dignified house. We think that it is not pertinent if we are congruent with observation of the economic, social, and cultural rights of the UN. And we promoted the change of name to any person has a right to a proper housing. This was approved by the Congress as a whole, and in the Chamber of Deputies, we are waiting for it to be approved in the Senate so that we can create this. Why did I want to emphasize this? Because I think that this leads to the design of all the programs and actions that are being developed in Mexico, which have to do with the Sustainable Development Goals and how they are impacting the housing programs. A new methodology is being developed at the level of the national government so as to establish with greater clarity how to determine the lack of proper housing. This is in coherence with the pact. So the 7 components that the number 4 observation should be measured and defining what is their present situation so as to develop specific programs. I wanted to show some results of this methodology. In Mexico, according to the last census, we have 35.2 million houses. Today, we think that the lag in housing is 8.5 million homes. Somebody mentioned in the morning that there were not elements to evaluate this lag or that it had remained the same. This was the affirmation. However, in our case, we do have elements to state that this lag situation in the housing situation, despite the pandemic, has been dropped from 9.5 million to 8.5, despite the pandemic. However, it is not only a quantitative data. If we are consequent with the principle of right to proper housing, and here we have at least 6 of the 7 components that the UN establishes, well, there's still a lot to be done. We see the component of safety in tenure, or a very high percentage still don't have this security. They don't have the documents of their homes. They don't have a home already built, and they don't have the property documents. So we cannot talk about a proper home. In terms of accessibility, almost 7 million housing units are in rental and not under regular conditions that provide certainty. So here we can see each of the components. 43.5% of the habitational area is not located in a good place that allows us to fulfill this component. So within this framework, and Tatiana mentioned this also, what element do we have within the home that allows us to develop these ideas and to establish programs? Well, how long does women spend preparing food? 3.8% compared to 4.7% that is done by men. So in Mexico, much of what you have is to improve the housing and development conditions for women. So time is up. I just wanted to show you some samples of this data that I have been developing. And below the line of self-production, which I shared in this presentation, we are really proud because we have achieved the building of this housing for very little money, and the women are the best administrators in this self-production scheme. And we have data that prove this, and makes us proud because indigenous women and women in these conditions have taken advantage of the subsidies. What CONAVI does is 100% subsidized, and it can go from improvement or new homes, and where women are the focus of these policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Undersecretary Vega. Our third speaker is Rodin Kitty, coordinator for Andean countries from UN Habitat. He is architect and humanist and urbanist. He has been part of UN Habitats, and he will provide us a broader concept about inclusive cities. Thank you, Camila. Good afternoon, everyone. From the perspective of UN Habitat, I wanted to contribute to this discussion to this debate, first with a video to see the right to access to the city, women. 3-minute video tells us a lot, and then to share 6 tools that we're using now in the field work with the cities to make progress in terms of the right to cities using land management tools and basic services. If you can put the video. This video was prepared as input for the discussions of Habitat 3. El derecho a todos los habitantes al uso, ocupación y producción de ciudades.
Este video existe también una versión subtitulada en
In this video, we have a version with subtitles in Spanish, but I think that has been very clear for everyone. This morning, many of you mentioned how it is to live in an area of the city or another area can end up in a completely different experience in terms of quality of life, access to rights, services, and opportunities. I think that this video could have had a longer version, seeing how these women have access to services and where the lower income women can enjoy a service or in the journey to home or the experience. Hopefully she doesn't experience any violence at home or in the bus terminal. So this is rather to provide this topic with the context. And this way, thank you to the work that I would like to recognize to the platform we consider the right to the city. One is the fair distribution of resources, how the quality of housing services and equipment and infrastructure is distributed, and we have seen, and how this distribution is not equitable. The second pillar about diversity is that we have in the city, and so the cultural diversity, where the educational level, where they are concentrated together with the opportunities, but also with the security. And the third pillar, which is very important, that has to do with inclusive governance. I mean, how? Through participatory mechanisms, institutional strengthening, transparency, quality of the regulation and legality. Not only we can have right to the city for everyone, but also we can influence on the decisions made. I wanted to highlight this tool, which is the result of a regional program that we are now developing in countries of Latin America, which is the marker of urban inclusion, marker with more than 30 indicators, which are related to socioeconomic dimension, but also a special indicator measuring the inclusion level, and from comparing one city to the other, the access to the city, and they are divided in 5 different areas, thematic priority areas. And the indicator goes from 0 to 100, stating the situation of the inhabitants in the city, what's the right they have to the city services and opportunities, and how we can visualize this in the map, where the darkest areas are the areas where they are mostly concentrated, and they are supposed to have, the inhabitants with lack of access to the city. And this is very important to have a baseline to favor planning exercises, land management, and to focus investments. This is very important. And this is complementary to information related to different access per group. So there we have all the indicators which could be applicable to women, and also to caregivers, and also we have tools such as surveys or questionnaires which can be used to cover different aspects, experiences in terms of access to these services and others. And these are the indicators that you can see, spatial and socioeconomic indicators, including the gender gaps, access to education, health, and others. And we can also go deeper into the available information. Although this slide is not going to be new for you, and but just to say that we have developed this exercise in 2 cities of Latin America, and we saw that as the measuring access to the cities is concerned, we can see that there is performance of the marker for inclusion, which is low or very low, at a level that covers, in some cases, up to 50% of the population, 40 or 50% also of the city territory. So we are not talking about small groups having no access to the city. So within this, we are supporting the inclusion of the gender approach and care systems in urban planning, because this may contribute to create better cities for everyone. So our colleague from Mexico told us about, and also the Undersecretary of Chile said that the comprehensive plan is very important to take into account the public space systems and mobility, care, protection, access to other services, proximity and localization. So to identify the local units in line to closive structure and design these processes and times in a proper manner, times where the services are offered, space and safe spaces and public services. They can be free from any type of violence. Examples as the one of transportation. The public space is also very important, especially for women. And these fundamental elements, such as favoring the social needs to provide value to diversity and promote social mobility, something that was mentioned this morning in this region and other regions of the world, and to give the people their time back so they can go to their personal development. The examples that you can find on the internet, which gather the concept of the 15 minutes walking cities, and which is in a more appropriate zone for pedestrians. So this is related and articulated with policy and programs of care systems. We have the example of Barcelona, Milan, and Bogota that you already know, and the dimension of the village also consider all the development of the families. And we have tried, and this is the last slide, we have tried to that these centers in Milan, Bogota, and Barcelona, that these centers are finally a hub of services, that they take care, protection, care, and also providing opportunities to continue developing with training and together with caregivers. And we have supported the creation of an international network. In this moment, we have 70 centers, and from here till the end of the year, we are going to reach 100 centers, which are now sharing experiences in the topics that you see on the slide. Another important tool is Her City. This is a tool for the cities could integrate the gender, could mainstream gender into their territorial planning schemes. This was the last one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roy. There's no doubt that the approach on rights is a fundamental issue to talk about inclusive cities, and the issues of proximity that you are presenting will be part of the discussion. Our fourth presentation is Héctor Estrada. He is the Executive Director of the Housing and Human Settlements Program of Honduras. He is an engineer and social leader. You have 10 minutes, and I'd like to know when you have 2 left. Good afternoon. I have a message of the president. It is Castro Zelaya, the first woman president in my country. We are now dismantling a dictatorship that was financed by drug trafficking. And it is a great task to leave that where human rights and gender perspectives have been strongly attacked during that period. I would like to start my presentation by stating that the Constitution of the Republic of Honduras contemplates the right to a dignified home as a constitutional right. However, despite the fact that it is in this document, it is not reflected in public policies. It is not reflected in facts or statistics. And to pretend to look at this constitution as an extinct document led to the coup, and we have lived in a dictatorship, and now we are repurposing the system that we have inherited. So it is necessary to state that the institutionality that we receive does not acknowledge the needs of women. It does not acknowledge a gender perspective. It doesn't recognize the rights. It perceives housing as merchandise. So we find that we have a housing deficit that is dispersed in a country where at least 50% of the population lives in rural areas. But what is worse of this housing deficit is the absence of utilities, crowding, and also structural lackings, and that makes this a qualitative deficit. And in this type of deficit, gender violence, gender against women is strengthened, because when there's crowding in a house with a single room or a single living area, there's a lack of water, sanitation services. So we see that those who make up the heads of the homes, in most of the cases, these are men. These are the heads of the home. However, this is not reflected in these heads of home. The gender perspective is not perceived. So the President of the Republic, acknowledging and with a political will and the historic responsibility of repairing the damage of the dictatorship, incorporates a gender policy in the new institutionality. This means that dismantling the dictatorship implies to rethink all the institutions that we received, to review each law, each decree that led us to the conditions and the state in which we are. And to undo all this implies to acknowledge that this will take time. And all of this violence in the social web is manifested at the economic level. When we talk about access to housing, when a woman does not have access to be the owner of her own home, because she is a victim of patriarchal violence that tries to make invisible their capacity to access that. And what we inherited, I can show you in this timeline, where once there was a single housing institution for housing, water, and sanitation, that this was dismantled with the arrival of neoliberal governments. And they left a fragmented institution. And in this fragmentation and dispersion, it is impossible to reconcile and to propose a gender perspectives. So in the beginning of the year, the president announced the creation of a human settlement and housing program to gather all these institutions and to harmonize it in a single policy. So this government plan to refound Honduras proposes the institutionalization of plans and housing programs to refound the system, because technically what we have is several public policies that coexist in the same institution. A policy that comes from the 90s, another from the 2000, another one for 2010. But none of these three policies responds to the historical reality and the position that women have in society, and the role that they should perform when today we have a woman president that is leading the destiny of our country. Therefore, she told us to develop a specific project that placed women at the center of economic activity, at the center of production, of self-production, taking as a reference part of the Mexican experience, where we propose a network of solidarity. One of the axes is infrastructure. We cannot talk about taking care of poverty in an isolated manner, each ministry or secretariat from their own perspective, but rather there must be an articulation and an integration of efforts. So in this sense, the infrastructure has perceived the needs of housing in those areas with the greatest poverty in the country. And the purpose is to articulate the creation of credit banks that is an alternative to the banking system, which took control of housing policies in the past 12 years. And that these rural banks are headed by the heads of the homes of the community, so that they themselves organize this process of self-construction in their own communities. But this is a direct intervention, and we then require that the new institutions incorporate the gender perspective in a cross-cutting manner that crosses all the structures. So here I am presenting the organizational chart that the program will use, where this gender unit and human rights unit is fundamental for its operation. We cannot only build housing just to build houses. They need to have an objective and a logic and the creation of a community. As I was saying, we did not have a coherent public policy. And due to these proposals from the president, there has been an intersectoral work group for social housing, where they try to create this public policy that has a gender approach in a cross-cutting manner. Thank you. Thank you, Hector. You are right on time. And the challenges that you mentioned about the cross-cutting importance of gender is important. Our presenter is Ana Westwood Garcia, who is the gender affairs specialist in ECLAC, and also she's a specialist in community health, and she will present the regional perspective and the trajectory of the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what does that experience tell us about the housing challenges that we're talking about today? Thank you, Camila Cosina, for your introduction. I greet the Ministry of Housing and Urbanism, Carlos Montes, as President of MINURVI, Jose Luis Samaniego of ECLAC, Edwin Velasquez of UN Habitat, and I greet you all the authorities that are here with us today. I think that the urban agenda, the new urban agenda, just as the sustainable development agenda, places gender equality at the center, and the progress in full economic, physical autonomy and decision-making amongst women. And since then, we have been talking about inclusive cities, cities that are safe, resilient. But what emerges very strongly from the regional area and some experiences that Roy mentioned is this idea of revisiting the cities as the role of cities that care, that place well-being, the sustainability of life, and caring at the center, not only of social protection, but also of the land distribution, how cities are thought about. And this is what I'm going to talk about this afternoon. In the morning, our executive secretary talked about this idea of the cascading crisis. This crisis is a crisis for development in our region. It is an inflection point, and the inequalities have increased as well as the structural gender inequalities, as Camila mentioned in the beginning. So we are undergoing a more silent crisis because it is sustained on non-remunerated work, which is the crisis of care. This sexual division of labor already existed. So what we are proposing is the idea of acting in an urgent manner, but also boldly, so that the responses are transformational. And this is what we are calling in the region a change towards the society of care, a society of care that will allow us to create economic, social pacts, fiscal pacts, but also cultural in our countries to unleash this that in the regional gender agenda has been called as structural knots of inequality. There cannot be any changes in a single project. We need a change like ECLAC is proposing that is more structural and allows to untangle these four knots within the framework of the persistence of poverty, this patriarchal and discriminatory violent perspectives that have taken home in Latin America and the Caribbean with a culture of privilege that sustains inequality, also the sexual division of labor and the concentration of power. And here, very quickly, we're going to leave with you the PowerPoint, but I want to tell you here that Latin America is the only region in the world that has a regional conference on women for Latin America and the Caribbean, and it has built consensus for 45 years now. It has moved ahead in the way of thinking about this structural change, and it is also articulated with the intergovernmental agreements at the global agenda, the urban agenda 2030 and the financing agenda. This region has made progress towards this idea of the society of care that has to do with caring for those who require it, for those who provide care, to guarantee the idea of self-care and also link equality with sustainability. So this is scalable. It operates in the territories, communities, and cities, but it also requires regional agreements as well as global agreements. And the idea of distribution, not only of resources, but also power, time, and also the idea of multiplying effects. An agenda that has been changing and originally was thought about labor provision, particularly for women with formal jobs. And at that time, we talked about conciliation, how to include parents in the labor and family reconciliation, and this idea of going towards universal systems. Then we started having this idea of gender co-responsibility and also social co-responsibility, how the social policies articulate with the economic ones. And in the last conference in 2020 in Santiago, we already started talking about the care as part of the countercyclical policies and economic growth in the region. This was the penultimate to the last one, that is 2022 in Argentina, where we have installed very strongly. And I invite you to visit the commitment of Buenos Aires in this area of the Society of Care. This is a new social organization, a civilizatory change, perspective to this model that has come to an end in the area of development. Here we have some indicators of how the pandemics made the participation of women to be lost 20 years in the first year for women, and how we started seeing that for women, part of the problem is an overload of non-remunerated work. In Buenos Aires, we said that care is a need, and we would like to show you here how the region and how our cities have not solved child care, and we are confronting a great burden of care. For example, elderly people, and also uh, elderly people with chronic disabilities. The consumption of pattern in our countries exacerbate this demand. So this region did not take advantage of the gender bonus or the demographic bonus, but there is an opportunity here. It is a need and a growing need. This morning we had a conversation with Korea, which implemented and planned very quickly how to invest in this gender and demographic bonus. So this is interesting to see how they invested in education, in productivity and employment. And here I show you the need of care during the pandemic. It was the young women, particularly those with children, the ones that lost greater economic autonomy and left the labor market. And this is a warning sign, because we have a region that invested to equalize and have educational parity. However, this is not seen in the labor market, where still 1 out of 2 women are out of the labor force compared to 1 out of 4 men. And this is because this care demand has not been solved. Besides being a need, it is also a work. 1 out of 3 women that are occupied in in the region have to do with the economy of care, health, education, housework that is not remunerated in this case. And most of them are women, and this is work that has a salary gap where inequality persists. And it is non-remunerated work, so we are talking that up to 2013, the ILO recognizes this employment statistics. Women are mostly working more in a non-remunerated manner and less in a remunerated manner. And we see how this work overload makes their political participation to be lower, and in the area where women participate less is in the local area. So in Mexico, for example, in a region that was going towards total parity, as well as Chile, but we need to see how these services and these public policies make us move ahead in these 2 drivers, that are parity and care. We already gave this data. It has an economic value, and how we are in cities where they have not been thought about from the logic of care. Many times we are not only talking about care systems, we are seeing the link between policies like housing, transportation policies, where women are the main users. And they move more into areas with little connectivity. So this is data about how women in deprived homes devote most of their time to work. And now this is the idea of the right to care. This is where we are now, and where we are proposing a greater presence of the state, this idea of social responsibility between the state, the market community, and homes, and also the idea of gender co-responsibility. We need a change that is deeper, that is civilizatory, with men committed to this idea of the society of care, and also a sector that needs to grow in terms of knowledge and making it more professional. This is an area that has developed very little, the home care, and these are the services to care for people with temporary disabilities or permanent disabilities. And this is the graph that we presented in Buenos Aires. And this is the idea of articulating eco-dependency with interdependency. Everybody needs at some point in time to be taken care of, and maybe we will need to care for somebody. And the idea of co-responsibility, which is what we are proposing here. And also a territorial perspective that places the focus in the situation and also in our region. And this word intersectional, that is so important. Last week, I was in Bogota, and Bogota, despite it is an urban population, well, 75 of the population is rural territory. So very little rural population, but this is a city where there are migrants, displaced people because of the conflict, people who are being reinserted. So we need to think about the cities from this perspective. Here you have the commitment of Buenos Aires, and it is substantial, it is ambitious, it is integral, and has a proposal that is central to this idea. And there is an agreement that has to do with the intersectional and intercultural gender perspective in the production of statistics with this territorial approach. Here we have three examples. I think that this is a great leap that we are proposing. We are working with the cities and the countries in the ECPAC, and this is the statistical geo-reference. This is the map of care that we did with the women in Argentina, the idea of communities of care that we are working with the Dominican Republic, and also the idea in Bogota with the blocks for care. In the case of Chile, there is an experience of the UN with three municipalities, Renca, Padre de las Casas, and we are doing surveys because many of the national statistics don't have a territorial separation, so that we can develop these georeferential perspectives is fundamental, and how we can make gender a cross-cutting element in the community development. The importance of Bogota is because it links the development of blocks to land organization of the city. So this is not a policy for social protection, but rather it used the investment of the cities, this investment in infrastructure, in land organization, and also fiscal policy. So we need to move ahead towards these systems, not only systems, but also care policies from this perspective that articulates planning and that allows us to move ahead in the distribution and to break the dichotomy between redistribution and production. To invest in care is to invest in equality. It is a good investment. It is intelligent. It generates more efficiency and also generates sustainable development. I invite you here to visit the last publications that we took to the Regional Conference on Women in Argentina. Argentina is today the presidency. It was the host of all of these innovative ideas. And in the next 3 years, we will be there. We have a mandate, the ECLAC, together with the UN, to develop the guiding principles on how to do territorial and care policies. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Anna. We have a couple of minutes for questions. So please, if you have some questions, probably I could share some reflection. But if you can share with us a couple of minutes, something that came up in different presentations is the role of the civil society in this cultural change that is required to mainstream the gender approach and care. The Tatiana showed us a good emphasis on the importance of feminist women since 2019 and this cultural change. Now outside, we have Habitat International campaign, which are promoting and pushing the other sectors towards this cultural change, and this requires structures, governance, decisions which reflects that diversities of the processes which are taking place in the different territories. And these are significant challenges for the governments and civil society. We can gather or take a question or comments. Thank you. Just to say that we have a great opportunity to internalize and accept the local infrastructure for care. Anna ministers, this is required to take a leap at scale through comprehensive urban operations and with the planning tools in each of the cities and territories. We have heard this morning about the area of opportunities that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean to improve planning instruments, as well as the structuring scheme, funding scheme of the specific development of boroughs. And I think that CARE, specifically regarding infrastructure for local care, should turn into a great opportunity, additional element or structured element, probably. This is a great change for the region. And the Secretary, local infrastructure or the role of the civil society, any comment in a couple of minutes? Thank you for the presentations. It reinforces the work that we are doing, and two things. I couldn't cover this in my presentation in relation to the structure and in line with what you presented in terms of being cared and caring others. With this logic of mainstreaming care systems, we as Ministry of Housing, we have the commitment of approaching the availability of infrastructure of this logic for care. And this today we are in a very important changing process where the actors of the society have changed, and to recognize that there were some actors which were not visible in this city, and well, we need to have a new way of looking at the city in line with our obligations and exposed to situations so detriment of the society. I think that it is essential to provide this infrastructure to go deeper into the experiences I talked about and what we can do in these community care centers that will be a contribution to set up a roadmap for Latin America and the Caribbean positioning us as a region which have seen women's and gender problems left aside for many years, although we were very innovative in this regard. So it's moment to take these to concrete actions and, of course, to rethink ourselves as civil society and our contribution. Thank you so much. This has been very provocative. I want to tell you that in 1994 I was representative of the International Coalition of Habitats to present the right to adequate housing in Mexico. Through the coalition, with the possibility to understand and share the Mexican experience, and we had the possibility to present a report which required a subsequent response. And so, based on this, if the right to houses and the right to cities has changed, now with a different perspective, which is broader, as these experiences that you have presented to us, and many of these stemmed out of the pandemic. What's the relationship between public policies over the last 20, 30 years in our region, and what has been the importance or the impact of the civil social organizations in Latin America with this new perspective of the right to mainstreaming new components? I mean, housing in the United Nations, the right to decent houses gave us examples on these, but circumstances have changed, so we need to expand our vision, and hopefully we're going to include this in the constitutions of our countries, and we will have right to habitat and the right to cities. So as there are some cross elements such as gender perspective, which can be consolidated in a project, and this has been defined by some national government, but it's more clear to set up a way to know what policies need to be strengthened. In the morning, I've had the feeling that there were some dichotomies in terms of where to focus the programs to, and in fact, there are so many needs and so diverse that policies and programs and the emphasis that is desired, probably this is the most important thing. Thank you. Hector? In relation to the infrastructure, which is at the service of the cities and cares, one of the arguments of the president in relation to Solidarity Network is include housing, local capacity, social protections. So there are no way to tackle on extreme poverty. We don't do this comprehensively with the capacity of each public institution. No institution can put this forward by itself, but this requires the participation of every institution. So it's here where we have this articulation of the fact that we cannot have children in the educational system if we don't have a school. we cannot have cares for men or women in care centers if we don't have them. And so we need to have the institution in charge of this infrastructure. These families stay at home and I mean, a great deal of their lives. So if we don't have a proper situation, if they are living in these in non-suitable conditions, this is a real challenge. The president have talked about this solidarity network looking for the reconstruction of the social fabric out of this dictator caused by exodus, social unrest, and migrations. I think that one of the elements that can help is this thing of articulating the components of sectorial policies of economic, social nature with a space component. Looking, as I said, and I said, looking at this georeferenciation process that we have. It's not worth knowing that some percentage of people are not having access to the right of city and other rights to other things if I cannot locate them, or I cannot make synergies between a policy and a program based on specific places with proper instruments, whether planning instruments, housing, services, and others. So I think that this could be an essential element, and this to mainstream all these elements, we require more capacities. We have seen that the urbanists, despite the feminist urbanism movement, is something that is not new. When you enter into the local administration, you realize that this is not included, but we don't have the tools, enough tools to do that. So apart from providing them visibility and participation in the civil society, so we have to continue promoting that in the fact that the women should be in more leading positions. So 1 out of 4 mayors are women, and so the parliament is 1/3. So I think that this is also would help us a lot. Thank you. Finally, Anna. I think that this idea of the more social work is very important. The proximity to the community, so we can do in the cities from the perspective of laying down bridges, because we have difficult years ahead with a lot of social conflicts, and care could help us definitely to set up dialogues in the regional conferences on women and the subsidiary bodies of ICLAC. And I think that massively in the Conference of Women, the participation of civil society is widely emphasized, especially feminist organizations. The last conference, we have a feminist forum, which focused on the human rights and memories and the truth. And we saw people participating in all this. And all this idea about the society of care is tribute to movements. On one side, the feminist economy, which has highlighted the importance of life, and on the other hand, the indigenous Afro-descendant peoples with their own rights as societies that are deserving the good living. So in line with the social dialogue, we have the civil society representing also the needs of organization of disabled people, elderly people. And I think that over the next years, as we had in Europe, we are going to have different institutions and devoted to the management of people. Today, this is not very abundant in the region. And from the supply side, the unions are going to will be very important. It's very good that workers are qualified, and this is a region that is making progress. And I think that cooperatives of care is something very important. Uruguay is working on that direction. Argentina, this won't be resolved spontaneously under a traditional framework. And in line with something that is essential, that is infrastructure, is essential to invest. And the example of Argentina, the difficult context, and for the country, but the Ministry of Public Works created a fund for infrastructure, which is almost the 10% of the funds of this ministry, with the idea to make investment in care, such as reactivating engine of the economy. I think that there are countries which are going throughout that line, and I think that the investment programs should include the infrastructure for care, and this is something essential. Bogota is doing that, and not only services, but to concentrate services of, for instance, washing machines in areas where they don't have access to waters. And so this idea of the local infrastructures is essential to activate employment, economy, and development. Thank you so much. We have other two interventions. Minister Carlos Montes. It caught my attention, the presentation of UN Habitat, because I think that there are two levels of the debate. One is the diagnosis. There is a lot of agreement in that respect, and gender approach in the crisis of care. But another thing is, how can we face this? And the cultural, social transformation strategy requires different debates, and it is essential to consider the national reality and the history of the countries. In the case of Chile, since the 50s, we have had a care policies very powerful that was presented by Salvador Allende in terms of the maternal and child care. And Chile Crece Contigo was another program also implemented at the government level. So in terms of housing, they said that the man who behaves bad, the women have the right to, to sanction him. There are some areas of public policies on all what has to do with elderly adult people. There's not so much in terms of the state of protection. There is a crisis of care. And also, there are serious problems regarding disability. We are really backward in that regard. And children with different problems at Sename level. And preschooling level, we have 100% coverage, but Chile has 5,000 community centers. And how can we articulate this with our reality, with our social organization? I wanted to say that this has to do with processes, which requires discussions and which can be valid in some areas, but not in other communities. So, there's no one single way to face this. And we need to consider the history because Otherwise, we are going to crash against the reality. That was my comment. Thank you so much, Minister. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Diego from ICLAC. He will give us an announcement, and with this, we consider this session closed. Very briefly, as a response to many questions, the video of the presentations are going to be up in the platform that is going to be open next week, and systematization of the presentations, that's something that will be published over the next weeks. The publications together with the one of the Technical Secretariat, together with the UN Habitat, and the publication about the 30th edition of MINURVI. Thank you so much. Thank you again to each of the panelists for the excellent participation. The next panel will be announced now.
Muchas gracias, Camila Cosiña, a ti y a todos los.
Thank you, Camila Cosiña, for these important reflections. And now, before we start the last panel, we have a break. So please be on time. The next 15 minutes will be for that. And there are some publications of ECLAC so that you can visit. That is going to be right next to the coffee. Thank you.
Ya, Les invitamos a tomar asiento para dar inicio al último panel, por favor.
So welcome again. Now we're going to start the last panel of the day, and we're going to talk about city sustainability and climate change, the main challenge that we face as nations. Please take your seats, and we remind you that there is interpretation if you require it. To start the panel, we welcome our moderator, Tatiana Gallegos. She's head of the Housing and Urban Development Department of the Inter-American Development Bank. Good afternoon, all. I think that we are in the last panel of the day, but we promise you that it will be just as interesting as the previous ones. So in this last panel, we're going to talk about city, housing, and climate change. As we have been hearing throughout the day, our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are facing housing deficits, both quantitative and qualitative, and they derive from several reasons depending on the country. Sometimes it's the lack of access to financing for the vulnerable segments. In other cases, it is a lack of constructors and also units available for social segments. But also climate change represents an additional challenge that we need to add to our work. On one hand, the housing and their location are critical for decarbonization strategies. And on the other hand, the effects of climate change as hydrometeorological phenomena that are extreme, or the rise in temperatures, this can have devastating effects in the constructed environment. In the region, the construction and operation of the housing sector and also buildings is responsible of 24% of the energy consumption. And on the other hand, it is associated to 21% of carbon emissions. And also the precarity of vulnerable housing, poorly located, as we have mentioned, often in very vulnerable areas, areas that are very close to the coastline, or right next to rivers, or as we have seen this week in the tragic events that happened in Brazil, but also in Colombia, and the landslides that we have seen. In the city, the perspective is similar. The use of materials that retain heat, as we know that cement is one. Also, geometries that limit ventilation, and the progressive reduction of blue and green spaces. This causes a rise in temperatures. And as our interim president said this morning, you can see this, and you can feel it, particularly in those precarious settlements that don't have public spaces. On the other hand, the functional design often the lack of the use of mixed lands has resulted in the dependence on vehicles and also transportation. So in this panel, we want to talk about the experiences and the challenges that are latent in the cities that the cities have vis-a-vis the climate change, and also methods that strengthen the resilience through planning methods and also housing instruments. And finally, to identify the needs of the countries in the region to finalize those perspectives. So now I'm going to go to our first guest, Jose Luis Samaniego, who will talk about his integral perspective of planning and sustainability. Jose Luis is the director of the Sustainable Development and Human Settlement of the ECLAC. Good afternoon, Jose Luis. As part of the work that the ECLAC is doing, there are a series of exhaustive analysis on policies that could lead to sustainable development in the region's countries. And I would like to ask you, or I would like to that you share with us today, what are the main public policies that have had a positive effect? And what instruments or what institutional arrangements are more effective in your studies or in your reflections? Thank you, Tatiana. Good afternoon. It is a complicated question. At ECLAC, we are increasingly convinced that there are development opportunities if you have the right perspective. It could be socially inclusive and also economically dynamic. And not because this is by whim, but rather because data from the region show that to meet the 3 pillars of the 2030 agenda, it is not possible with the economic structure that we have right now in the region. So, or either we meet the social targets or we adjust to what the economic and finance, or we adjust to the environmental border as defined by the national constructs, but we cannot meet them all three at the same time. To do this, we need to move towards sectors that have a lower environmental footprint, that are produced endogenously so that they don't aggravate the financial sources, and that produce employment so that you don't need to grow as quickly and that you can converge to a growth rate that you can finance with the structures of your exports and imports. And several of those correspond to what can be solved in the cities. The paradigm's example is renewable energies, because they have a lower footprint, can be produced in the region and generate more jobs per dollar invested, but it has similar characteristics. The expansion of public services in the cities, the greening of the cities, and this will also lower the environmental imprint, and you can grow faster. Another example is the cleanliness of urban mobility, but starting with the public transportation, not the private one, as is stated by the Ministry of Finance in the tax structure that allows to have exemptions for the import of private electric vehicles, but there are basically no incentives to transform the public service vehicles. And this is for several reasons. We have a series of aspects that will happen that cannot be stopped. By the end of the century, this region will be 90% urbanized. Another thing that we can stop is that population will continue to grow. Another thing is what Ana Westman showed us before. We are going to become elderly, and the urban codes that we built in the second half of the 20th century will not fit anymore. We need to renew it. As Elkin said, we need to update the infrastructure. The other tsunami is that as we improve the income level in the region, the motorization rate will increase and it won't fit the cities anymore. It doesn't fit anymore. And also the heat waves, the rise in the sea levels that will affect coastal cities, and also the shrinking of the ice areas that will affect the water sources. So we need to move towards certain sectors that have these virtuous pillars for sustainable development, and to go to adaptive solutions that can be produced endogenously, are inclusive socially, and will drop the carbon footprint. So what would be the measures that could guide us there? We have the experience of the national fiscal policies, where social prices have been established for carbon, methane, and public investments, or the environmental taxes. And locally, these are not implemented, and they could be part of the beginning of the right to take advantage, and that these are part of the local fiscal structure. Also, to enable the appearance of these sectors that we call them key elements for the sustainability, and to have a land organization that acknowledges the new realities and the creation of new economic instruments. For example, insurance for these threats that you will face in terms of adaptation, or for those solutions that you will have in terms of mitigation. For example, to ensure converted vehicles that had internal combustion and now are electrical, so that these sectors can receive signals from the productive apparatus, from the financial apparatus, that they are viable and that they can behave as other sectors that are more consolidated in our economy. So this is a package of measures that could help us in this transition. Thank you, Jose Luis. I have one more question. I want to ask you, as you mentioned, to focus on specific sectors that provide clear and structured aligned benefits aligned with the 2030 agenda. This is an excellent entry point. Now, in terms of specific recommendations that our minister can take away today, what would you recommend? The strongest recommendation would be, and this is something that has been mentioned throughout the day, is to build infrastructures that allow to strengthen a sense of belonging, of citizenship, and the democratic solidarity in urban areas. And I think that the material foundation of this construction of conviction and firmness of the democratic ideal is in the quality of public services. Good public transportation. This affects millions of people every day for many hours in the day. To have drinking water and sanitation, to have safe public spaces that are of good quality. This generates belonging, solidarity, access to the city, fiscal solidarity. And I think that to protect and improve the quality of public services is the best strategy, and it has a political content, of course, where the signal that you're sending out is to benefit first and foremost the majority groups in our societies. Thank you very much, Jose Luis. So now we are going to go to have a conversation with three of our ministers in the region that are implementing in a practical manner some of these measures. We will start with Minister Santiago Mangiotti, who is Minister of Territorial Development and Habitat of Argentina. Minister, climate change affects us all, but it disproportionately affects those that are more vulnerable, those that live in more precarious locations. So I wanted to ask you, how is your ministry incorporating climate change measures in popular areas?
Good afternoon.
You have some notes with the programs that the ministry is carrying out, and also the agenda on inclusive cities and gender. And I'm going to show a small video at the end that has to do with climate change and what we're doing. From the ministry, we work committed in Argentina. In Argentina, we have a climate change secretariat that gathers all the ministry. There is a climate change cabinet where all ministers participate in different topics. In the ministry, we work in the increase in safety, basic infrastructure, community development in order to improve the habitat of homes in the most popular areas. And we also have a policy of relocation, which means these areas were close to rivers, and we provide them housing that meets the characteristics of dignified housing. We don't build housing now, and the design and the use of the material is defined by each province and municipality according to the place where they are located. So these houses have some peculiar characteristics that have to do with the care for the environment. These are housings that have the services, and there is strong work to care for the environment by using solar technology for energy production, photovoltaic energy, and also thermal solar energy that reduces the emission of contaminants and gases, and reducing the use of energy in the communities. Argentina has 8 bioclimatic areas throughout the country, and here, together with the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of Production and the IDB, we have a JEFA program for energy housing where we are evaluating the different types of materials used in the different areas of Argentina. 16 houses are built with different orientation and different materials, and the INTI, which is the Industrial Technology Institute, will measure the energy to see how many savings this house had compared to traditional housing. We work very strongly in the new construction techniques with the promotion of wooden buildings, particularly in a program that is a program oriented to indigenous peoples and rural communities, where there are housing modules that can be moved around, they are transferred. So the idea of the president is to build housing where there's work and not houses where there's only space to build it. So this means that we are going to link work with housing with production as well. We work with the use of construction systems with low carbon prints. We have a certificate of technical aptitude, and we are incorporating the carbon footprint in the new materials for constructions through national financing or international financing. We work in the reconversion of LED light bulbs, and in the province of Santiago del Estero, we will inaugurate a barrio with public lighting that is solar, that has photocells to increase the intensity of the illumination when people go through that area. We work together with the provinces and municipalities to train on the importance of using materials that are friendly to the environment and using materials that have a good installation capacity and a good capacity for families not to use as much energy. And very quickly, we are making investments in the metropolitan area, and when we work with the programs in the more popular barrios and in the settlements, we not only work in basic infrastructures, but also creating parks, common areas, community areas, and we work with a program ADAMI that has to do with the care for the environment and has to do with spaces that can be enjoyed in with a family and taking care of the environment. This is an experimental test in 300 hectares, and there's a state company that is in charge of all the wastes of the city and the treatment of those wastes to create aerobic parks where we have cycling pathways and places to share with the family. And in these places, we work in the awareness and the training of the families that visit these places so as to make them aware of the environment and the meaning of caring for the environment for the next generations. Now we're going to show the video. Thank you. I think that we're going to now play the video. Energy efficiency and renewable energies in Argentina. Portfolio of projects. 16 housing projects in Zapala, Neuquén, in Rawson, Chubut also. Ushuaia, 16 housing projects. Through the energy efficiency project, we want to obtain information to determine the most cost-efficient measures to reduce greenhouse gases during the operation of the houses. Also, the construction of all the houses in the program are implementing strategies to achieve energy savings through different bioclimatic design measures. Another of the metropolitan investments are the metropolitan parks, and there we established the need of strengthening the metropolitan area of green areas with the incorporation of urban reserves. First, Ministry of Territorial Development and Habitat of Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I think that, as has been shown in your video, systematic incorporation of the different techniques in the development of housings and bioclimatic incorporation at the core of the work that you are doing is very important. Now, our next participant, Minister Sutherland, I'm going to speak in Spanish, and simultaneously, we're going to have the interpretation. The planning framework for Barbados, first to brief, considers holistic development integrated into the territory also in the immediate coastal areas in a country like Barbados is essential. One of the main challenges that we're facing when we talk about climate change, when we talk about tidal waves, the increase in the life level, risks for floods, for housing infrastructure, and coastal erosion. And you are looking at this comprehensively under a holistic approach. You have made investment and created a unit, a specific unit devoted to coastal areas, and have developed a new digital tool for comprehensive management of the country. Could you tell us a little bit about all these activities?
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I would say I don't speak Spanish, but I know buenos dias or buenos tardes. ¿Cómo está usted? Bien, también. I'll proceed. Let me give the context of Barbados, a small island developing state. And Barbados can fit into Argentina. And we know that. So I'm just going to bring the perspective, the holistic perspective of Barbados, an island with a population of 280,000, surrounded by water, 166 square miles, worked out to close to 400 kilometers. So they're very small. And when we speak about sustainability, there are three primary reasons why Barbados has to focus on sustainability. And there being most of our productive assets and production opportunities lie within our coastal zone area. And this requires careful approach to coastal zone management, as well as land management, and also assessing environmental risks. The other careful consideration, the other reason, Barbados is a water scarce country. Most of our drinking water, if not all, comes from groundwater, the aquifer. So it requires strategic management with respect to stormwater runoff and groundwater contamination risks as it relates to human activity. And the other area is common to most of us in the Caribbean and the Latin America region. We're exposed to increasing natural hazards and climate change risks. And what this does to us, basically, we have to safeguard our lives, we have to safeguard investment, and we have to safeguard our economy. And the moderators spoke to our Roof to Reef program. This is a sustainable, holistic approach to sustainability and also to build climate resilience. As you can see from the chart, we have various areas: shelter, water. I spoke about water management, energy. I will speak to energy shortly. Waste management, land use, being 166 square miles, a very small country relatively. We have to manage our lands carefully because we have a vibrant agricultural sector. And indeed, the new frontier that we have pushed, in addition to the bioeconomy, we have pushed the renewable energy frontier. And all of these intertwine in an ecosystem within that tiny space. You mentioned the coastal zone management, and coastal zone management is paramount if we're indeed to transition to a fully sustainable state. You would hear over the last 4 or 5 years, our Prime Minister, Mayor Amor Motley, she speaks on the whole role of climate resilience and the need for more equitable distribution of resources the small island developing states. But Barbados is unique in that we certainly have to ensure that we get our fair share of resources. So climate financing, debt financing, those are some of the key areas that we have been focusing on. And recently, the government of Barbados launched a 150 million debt instrument, what we call debt for marine conservation, where we swap debt for conservation of our marine life to preserve our ecosystem. And indeed, this transcends into housing, because if we don't address our coastal areas, then what will happen in a small island such as ours? Rising sea level, decreasing precipitation. We would have challenges either way, whether you have rising sea level or if you don't have water, we get greater contamination of our groundwater, and then our aquifers present challenges for all of us as a small island nation. So we basically launched this 150 million bond, US bond, thanks to the IDB, who came on to support us along with the Nature Conservancy. The split between IDB and the TNC, the Nature Conservancy, has been 100 million from the IDB and 50 million from TNC. This is revolutionary. This is the first of its kind in the region, and what it allows us to do in the event of a natural disaster, we're able to defer our amortization over a period of time. And while we address our interests, capitalize our interests to address the effects of climate change, which will be post-disaster. And that is one of the pioneering effects, or one of the pioneering, what I call, I shouldn't say effects, one of the pioneering methods that we have introduced within Barbados over the last 2 years. In addition, Barbados finds itself in a very unique position in that, in addition to the debt financial swap that I've spoken about, and I heard the first presenter spoke about the whole aspect of insurance, risk insurance, and I use the phrase risk insurance because we recognize through the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Fund, we have access funding to the tune of over $21 million over the last, I would say, 10 years, through 8 payouts, because we recognize these are some of the areas, if we are truly to build resilience, through the regulatory framework, in addition to some of the operational actions that we have taken through reef to roof or roof to reef, then those are our survival mechanism. But I want to speak to renewable energy before I get into the coastal zone management, because we have to be innovative in this region. Barbados pioneered the first solar panel to water heater in the world. And thereafter, that project went to Africa. And we were able to produce hot water from solar panels years ago. Presently, what we are doing and what we have pioneered is the whole use of photovoltaic to reduce our electricity costs through housing. We spoke of the urban renewal, and within Barbados, we have the pyramid, which is within most countries where most of the vulnerable population, middle to low income persons, are at the base of the pyramid. These are persons who we believe are not able to afford housing under normal circumstances with a country that has very high cost of living. So the use of photovoltaics on our roof would lower the cost of housing and allow vulnerable and poor working class persons to own a home. So we're talking about a 40% reduction in mortgage payments as a result of the use of photovoltaics in our country. How it is done? You'll build a house and you use the savings from photovoltaic, the earnings, I should say, from photovoltaic to pay for the land infrastructure and also for the photovoltaic itself. So you as a new homeowner, and this is for first-time homeowners, you don't have to worry about land. You only have to worry about paying your mortgage. And I can give an example of a mortgage for someone who's earning Barbados $3,000. This is $1,500 US a month. On average, the mortgage rate for that person will roughly run around 700 US, 800 US, which is 1,500 Barbados dollars. With the use of photovoltaic, we're able to drive that cost as low as 300 US dollars for home ownership. And we have embarked on a project to build 10,000 houses over the next 5 years for our people. So the roof to roof program, renewable energy. I also heard you mention the whole aspect of the public facing challenges with respect to greening the economy. We have pioneered the use of public transport, the use of electric buses, and that indeed will reduce the carbon footprint in our country. We've just purchased over the last 3 years, 39 buses, electric buses, and of course our duty waivers and our zero tax rate to encourage persons to import these type of vehicles. Presently, we are also exploring green hydrogen and blue hydrogen as options to power vehicles. And these are in keeping with lowering our footprint and of course, sustainability and building climate resilience. Greening the urban renewal is also one of the areas that we find challenging, whereby bringing persons back to our cities have been a challenge over the last 20 years. And we are focusing on a number of projects where we're taking some of our commercial buildings and having them as multi-use buildings, residential, commercial, and also maintain our built heritage within the capital city that we call Bridgetown. So when we speak about Barbados, we cannot differentiate or separate, I should say, the coast from inland because we are very small. So most of the work that we do encompasses both the coast as well as inland. We are in a coastal zone, 166 square miles, and all of these projects that we're speaking on, the roof to reef, which will focus mainly on operationalizing the whole aspect of sustainable development and building climate resilience. I mentioned the whole regulatory framework, which speaks to spatial planning. We have just revamped our Town and Country Planning Act to have a Planning and Development Amendment Act. And what that did for us was to bring to the fore areas of risk management as it relates to water use and zoning, where we build houses and categorize them within zone as a result of the need to maintain a good and clean groundwater supply. This, I believe, is one of our biggest challenges in the country, but we have done tremendous work with respect to addressing our groundwater supply. We have a strong solid waste management system. We formed the Barbados Recycling System plant over the last 5 years, SBRC, that takes solid waste out of the landfill. And we know when we keep pumping solid waste into our landfill, that goes straight to the aquifer. So we've been doing several things in Barbados. Water reuse policy, dealing with the use of reclaimed water. These are some of the big ticket items. Barbados completed a stormwater management plan, and we're on the verge of bringing to the fore the water order bill that deals with every aspect of contamination, groundwater supply, stormwater supply. These are some of our big ticket items that we are addressing. Spatial planning, development, control, and land use management. And I mentioned the whole new town planning act, planning and development act. And this formerly was regulatory, whereby the focus on town planning was more so regulatory and policy driven. But currently, we have revamped the act to have a town planning and development act where the focus is on investment as more so than just regulatory. So those are some of the areas that I'm here to mention at this time. Our roof to reef program encompasses the holistic approach to sustainable development as well as climate resilience. And that is the model we have there that speaks to housing, shelter, water, energy, waste, land use, and bringing the total ecosystem into one being.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Ministro Sutherland.
Thank you, Minister Sutherland, particularly taking into account the challenges of size, protection of biodiversity. So we keep not only the regulatory instruments that you mentioned, but also the innovative instruments, insurances, and debt swap, which are really inspiring, and I think that they are extremely innovative in the region. Now, I want to go to our Minister Aguilera, Maria Gabriela Aguilera. She is a Minister of Urban Development and Housing of Ecuador, and under her leadership, Ecuador has developed prototypes for bioclimatic housing. They are exploring renewable materials and their use in the housing sector, like bamboo, for example, and many other activities that are being carried out to improve precarious settlements. So, Minister, could you talk about how you are meeting the challenges of climate change in your country in the areas of housing and cities? Thank you, Tatiana. Good afternoon. Greetings, and also thanks to Minister Montes and Tatiana Rojas for a warm welcome into your country, and also a warm welcome to the IDB, CAF, ECLAC, and all our colleagues, ministers of the region that are here today. In Ecuador, it is important to say that in the government of President Guillermo Lasso, we have established sustainable development as a priority to work for the net carbon emissions towards 2050. Our exercise is to reach an ecological transition in our country. And in this sense, the Ministry of Development, Urban Development and Housing is working in an articulated manner with all the ministries in order to achieve this goal. It is important to say also that the ministry is working with an integral view in the territory. It is important to mention also that we have an approach to with respect to rights. We think that a proper housing is a right. The city is a right, the right to a sustainable city, an inclusive city, and also the right to a habitat that is safe and healthy. So the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing has a new vision. This vision is to work in an integral manner in the territory where public policies and strategies are together to achieve safe, resilient communities and societies. To meet with this commitment, we have worked in our country to formulate national urban policies. These policy that will serve as a guiding instrument with an approach that has to do with sustainable development and also rights, and it has an integral perspective for the housing solutions that we are providing. We have worked this with 861 actors, and this has allowed us to have, together with ECLAC, UN Habitat, and the IDB, work tables, virtual meetings, territorial meetings with 4 fundamental pillars: proper housing, good governance. The third pillar is the use and management of soils, and the fourth pillar is the development of an inclusive habitat and the recovery of public spaces. So this national urban policies has 5 cost-cutting axes, and it is important to say that we work with climate change as a fundamental axis in order to respond to housing solutions in our country. And also with the risk management axis, it is important to certify and guarantee that the intervention polygons where the projects are found, that they are far from risk areas, and that they don't have any problems for these houses that are going to be built there. We also work with the axis of urban mobility and also with the axis of gender. Our policies are focused to provide housing solutions to the women that are head of their homes. And finally, the pluriculturality axis. It is important to work with the cultural pertinence of the home and to work hand in hand with the nationalities and communities in our country. As part of the strategies to implement the national urban policy, we have developed an initiative called Premio Habitat. This is a calling to the 220 autonomous governments in our country to present projects, urban projects with an approach for climate change. It is important to have a proper portfolio of projects that have been worked with within the framework of the territorial organization or the land use management of the local government, and that have solutions based on nature that work on green infrastructure and blue infrastructure so that they provide response to climate change in our territories. So this award is designed to connect these projects of the local governments with an approach to climate change to international green financing, which is oriented to reimbursable and non-reimbursable funds. And Ecuador wants to prepare a project portfolio that may have access to these funds. So this Premio Habitat was done with the support from the German government. And this year we have incorporated the Latin American Development Bank, CAF. We have presented in this project for the Habitat Prize. Last year we had 150 applications, and we had 3 winners who worked. The first one worked in the green and blue infrastructure in a project for urban regeneration called Corredor del Río in Puerto Viejo. Second winning project was to use urban waste in a city called Pastaza that is in the Amazon region in the country. And the third project is a project to regenerate a bio corridor that is in the highlands of our country. And also to implement the urban policies, we have to work in the new types that we have designed in our country. These typologies respond to the different climate steps that the Ecuador has. These types have been worked through design of passive architecture that will lead us to have adaptive comfort in the housings. And these houses need to be eco-efficient and help us go to ecological transition. We have developed these housing projects through this international design models, and thanks to the IDB, this will allow us to guarantee in the future savings both in energy as well as water, consumption of water and electricity. for at least 20% savings in each of those social interest housing projects. It is important to say that these houses have been designed with inclusive criteria and universal accessibility, and with the policies that I had mentioned in gender and interculturality. It is also important to mention that besides this, we have worked to have proposals that will allow us to explore, as Tatiana mentioned, the use of bamboo in these social interest housing. Our country produces bamboo, and in the littoral, the coastal areas and the Amazon area, the local people produce bamboo, and we are strengthening with the support of the IC and the European Bank of Investments program to strengthen local capacities to allow people to produce their own home with bamboo and with the types established by the state. It is important for us that the value chain of bamboo production goes from its extraction to the final home. And it is important to say that amongst our policies, it is important to work with a community. In our integral vision that we have in the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, we are concerned not only in providing the homes, but also having social accompaniment that allows people to live in a community, to allows the development of life through the house, and also promotes the care of the children in these projects so that they can enjoy the green areas and inclusive areas that we are providing in these projects. Also, we are working in an articulated manner with the presidency of the Republic, which is the fight against chronic child malnutrition. We have this program called Infancia con Futuro, and we work in the provision of water, kits, insurance, and sanitation, thanks to the contributions of the IDB. And our children will be able to have a happy childhood. And we also work in the implementation of the urban national policy in these two urbanistic guidelines that we're going to present now. These urban guidelines have allowed us to change the standards that the housing projects had before, particularly in the management of green areas. Now we are focused in a very conscious manner in the green areas in these social interest housing projects that have more than 8 to 10 square meters per green area per inhabitant. In our country, social housing projects didn't have this vision of having this integrated to green areas. So we have worked also within these instruments with platforms that have allowed us to have access to information and also to make better decisions. For example, the Cap2 Data platform. This platform has allowed us not only to follow up in real time the constructions or the houses that are being provided by the national government, but also to have a registry of how these houses are being occupied and how the people are enjoying the houses, how people have access to an improvement in their quality of life. This has allowed us to have access to the deficiencies of the previous designs so that we can propose new solutions to improve the quality of life of everybody. Within these policy instruments, we are working to obtain the national certification for sustainable building in our country. This is important because it will allow us to focus housing incentives towards green incentives. And also, finally, we are working on this national policy. This has allowed us to work in a new project proposal, investment project proposal, which is important in the axis that I mentioned of good governance to find the proper financing for these housing projects. These programs for urban development and habitat. And it is important to mention that together with the IDB and the World Bank, we have been working in these investment projects that allows us to diversify housing solutions in the country and to respond to the quantitative deficit and also the qualitative deficit. As you in your countries, the qualitative deficit in Ecuador is the largest one in the housing deficit of our countries. This is a common characteristic that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we need to work for that. The housing solutions that we make as a government are focused both to reduce quantitative deficits, but also to reduce qualitative deficits. And these solutions are integral solutions that have a perspective to give a positive response before climate change. Also to indicate that in the end, and finally, to tell you that we are working in this new program of the national government. Is called Ciudades del Cambio, Cities of Change. This is a project that we're doing with the Presidency of the Republic, with the Undersecretary of Strategic Action, together with UN Habitat. We are within the framework of the SDG cities that will allow us to have a transforming action in our country through the location of the Sustainable Development Goals at the level of the cities and cantons. So this initiative is an initiative of the national government to be a leader in the articulation with the local governments. And it is focused in the reduction of gaps that exist in water, sanitation, green areas, sports, education, housing, amongst others. This initiative will begin in our country in 70 priority cantons and will have as a reference 3 intermediate cities and metropolitan cities in order to obtain significant data. This initiative can be applied in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is important to mention that spaces such as this that allows us, in this case, MINURVI allows us to have a common voice in Latin America and the Caribbean. We can join efforts and walk together towards the sustainable urban development in our region and to consolidate a public agenda that allows us to work for fair cities and communities that are equitable with solidarity and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministra. Y de nuevo, una presentación muy inspiradora como las previas. Vamos a tener seguro muchas preguntas. Yo tengo muchas preguntas, pero quizás haciendo un poco el enlace entre lo que ustedes tres han levantado en relación a la necesidad de, digamos, de asociar tanto elementos de mitigación al cambio climático como pueden ser las fotovoltaicas de las que hablábamos en el caso de Argentina y en el caso de Barbados, pero también elementos de adaptación, de uso de
elements of adaptation of renewable material. You talked about the need of having access to climate funding, and with that, probably this is a good moment to have a last guest for today, Gloria Visconti. She's a leader specialist in climate change, specifically in the funds that could help funding projects involving climate action, in our cases, urban projects. Gloria, as part of, the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, different agreements have been taken about climate funding and specific mechanisms in relation to the Green Climate Fund. And so why these mechanisms are so interesting for our ministers? How can you think of the use and access for sustainable urban development in the countries? Thank you, Tatiana. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the last speaker of the day. I haven't slept 1 hour, so hopefully you understand me, and I'm going to be very brief. If there's something that is not clear, please let me know. If you can put my presentation on the slide, it's going to be much easier. The presentations of the panel have been very inspiring, and I'm going to tell you a little bit of why these the funds for climate change are important. You could consider to foster investment in mitigation measures and adaptation as well. Just to give you a glimpse of what we are doing in IDBG, we're working in different funds, and just to mention the main ones, over the last 10 years, we have mobilized about $2 billion to leverage and another $4 billion for mitigation and adaptation. Some of these products have been already mentioned by Minister of Argentina and others. Hopefully we can work in order to replicate the interesting infrastructure that they have in Barbados. And we would like to see how this could replicate in other countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. The climate concessional funds are very important because here I have a list of 5 reasons. I think that the most important thing comes in the next slide. The first one is because their focus is reducing greenhouse gases, and these are specific for climate change, which are to some co-benefits. One of the main ones are the social benefits, but economic benefits as well. This is very interesting when we consider the gender perspective also mainstreamed in this. Secondly, we have the possibility to innovate with new technologies, and but financial innovation, of course, as well. So I think that this is very interesting. And then we have the possibility to reduce the risk, something that is related to innovative activities, innovated globally and innovative for some countries, and gives us the possibility to replicate in other countries a part of of this scheme in the same country, and to share experiences and lessons learned. Why? Because they are very important, and they are cheaper in terms of differentiation, where we can have access to conventional sources, but also sources of multilateral development banks. Here, I'm going to give you a view of the financial terms of loan for the public sector with the Green Climate Fund. You can see that this what we have done is that we have obtained for investment in adaptation issues, and they have 40 years of maturity and 10 years of grace. But this is more focused on mitigation activities, very accessible as an interest rate of 75%. The Green Climate Fund, they normally are a mix of reimbursable funds with concessional rates, but also non-reimbursable funds. So very clearly, based on projects and funds and the countries, we can have the different types of mechanisms which are the most important one. And so financial terms, concessional terms, that is the investment funds for climate investment funds. And here you can see different ranges. Normally, the countries in Latin America include in the last two columns here, and the tier 3, that the interest rate can go from 0.98 to 0.17 with different levels of maturity and up to 30 years. And why is this important? Because when we try financial mechanisms which are new, new technologies, important to have the possibilities to reduce the risk of these and multilateral banks such as IDB, by World Bank or CAF. They have this possibility to make a blending of different fundings that could be regular capital, concession funds, bilateral donors, and to make a kind of a merging of all these courses to offer the countries a number of resources which can make the difference. Again, talking about the Green Climate Fund, why is this important? Not only because of the financial aspect that I mentioned before, but because this is a fund that gives us the possibility to invest in different areas, in areas of mitigation, in areas of adaptation, and both at the same time. And the objective also is to invest 50% of the resources and 50% in adaptation, because this is very important, because if you see the climate financing data, most of them are for mitigation, which is more necessary. So the idea is to calibrate this ratio between mitigation and adaptation. And very clearly, it's very important that the island and the countries of the small island development states that can affect these countries, climate change that can affect these countries. This on Green Climate Fund, we have 8 programs or projects approved. The last one is a big project including 9 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to promote electromobility and green hydrogen in Barbados and Jamaica. And this is the last project approved by the Green Climate Fund. Now, this appears to be very nice, the concession funds and reducing risk, etc. And on the other hand, this is not so easy to have access to these resources. There is a bureaucracy which is very complex, and there is the need for preparing these projects with technical negotiations very accurate, which can mean long time and investment in terms of time and money to prepare those projects or programs, which require to have very robust information. IDB, as well as other entities, the national entities, we are focusing in these programs of thematic facilities which join different countries to effectively reduce the transaction cost, but also strengthen these mechanisms and of replicating things and share experiences. By listening to what has been discussed over today, one idea could be to begin a dialogue to see if there is the possibility and the interest from the countries to make progress in this program for Green Climate Fund or other funds specifically for sustainability in terms of housing, cities, and working area, which has not been financed from my point of view. And we, as IDB, we would be very pleased to collaborate. I will stop here. I'm very happy to have the possibility to get in touch with you to clarify any point. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Gloria. Soy un poco consciente.
Thank you. I'm aware of time. We are delayed, but I think that we have time for 2 questions that we can answer very briefly for any of our panelists. So I want to open the floor. We have 1 question there to the left. Good afternoon. For the Ministry of the Housing of Argentina, why did you reach the need to build a transferable housing? As we saw in the video, it's not an individual solution, but there's a full lot. So what advantages has it provided, and do you have executed some so far? In the transfer or relocation of housing, this has 2 points. In the video, we saw 837 houses, and this had to do with the San Juan earthquake. The housings were being taken, and they didn't have any land titles. And these were areas that, given the climate or climate change, they had problems when there was a flood or a catastrophe. The earthquake was in January of last year. Our president was on the next day there, and he committed himself to build 2,000 houses. We provided the first 837 last month, and we are finishing the other 1,200 houses that are missing. And there's one characteristic: these families lived in very precarious housings. Now they have houses with all the services, with heaters that meet with the environment, and also they meet with the Mendoza band. And this has to do with the capital, federal capital, and all the cities that are neighboring with Villa Riachuelo. We are working in Villa Zabaleta with 270 houses. We gave 140 houses in Almirante Brown. We gave 130 houses, 244 in Esteban Echeverria, that have to do with taking out families that were next to the river, which is a flood area, and transfer them to housing that have all the services and that also take care of the environment. Thank you, Minister. Go ahead.
This is mainly for Barbados, but also for other small island development states here, thinking Bahamas, Belize, Suriname, and of course, Cuba and Dominican Republic. During the last COP27, for the first time, we had a meeting of ministers of urban sustainable development and housing with local authorities. And this was a first time, and I think we need to build on that and trying from MINURVI to see how we can add efforts to develop new opportunities for climate finance. Because I think we all agree that there is still a lot of areas of opportunities to develop. There is deficit in that, to put it clearly. And there was an initiative called Search for Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generation. So I wanted to let this piece of information. Barbados was very much active in that conversation, and we can take this forward the moment you want. That was all. Thank you, Tatiana.
Okay, thank you. Just let me say, the Prime Minister of Barbados she is one of the co-chairs of the Sustainable Development Goals Advocate Group. And I am confident and I feel certain that the reason why we were able to unlock the debt financial swap with respect to climate financing is as a result of her advocacy worldwide. Because in this room here are countries that are deprived of worldwide resources that are given to the, I don't want to say a G7 group, but first world countries. And we need it more than them in terms of dealing with the climate crisis. And I am confident that if less than a third of the resources are given to the Caribbean and Latin America, we can address most of our climate crises within the next 5 to 10 years. And the world, Latin America and the Caribbean will be a far better place. A place where housing, poor housing and slums will be history. A place where, whether it is through that financial swap or whether we invest some of the money in greening our economy with respect to utilization of renewable energy, wind energy, some of those areas that will reduce the carbon footprint significantly. So I'm one who support what you just said, and we must advocate not only with IDB. I want to thank IDB for leading the charge in terms of the Green Climate Fund and the debt financial swap with Barbados, but there are other avenues for financing that we need to unlock as Caribbean and Latin America.
No sé si hay alguna pregunta.
Any other question? If no, if there are no other questions, I would like to go ahead. There are two policy instruments that are not still mainstream. They are widely disseminated, but this could be more disseminated and could help us look for more resources. One is the idea of having a resilience fund where the highly vulnerable countries that also suffer from degradation in their risk qualification due to climate change itself, to find a mechanism that is wide and allows doing at a greater scale what Barbados is doing, swapping debt for climate action. A second instrument that is being tested in the region, and so far we have 15 cases evaluated. These are the climate action plans at the local level, at the municipalities or the cities. Together with CHICOM, the European Commission, we have done an experiment, and this is moving ahead. And apparently this is a mechanism that allows to provide a global approach to the climate action. Thank you, Jose Luis. We are really going over the time, but you have the floor. Hello. I'm Rodrigo Hernandez. I'm the Seremi of Housing in Maule, Chile. And my question has to do with the degree of investment for social sustainability of infrastructure projects, because we have talked in this meeting what was talked about in the panel on care. And apparently, it is not only necessary to have greater investment in infrastructure and also the capacity of decision makers to be able to respond to citizens' requirements to contribute to the resilience system, but it is also necessary to invest for social sustainability of these projects, not only projects that enable territories, but also tools for that the territories are more autonomous with a sense of community to protect their rights. So to have installed these faculties of defending this status. So how important is this, particularly for those who are decision makers, to have social investment to ensure the project's sustainability? In the case of Argentina, we work, Argentina has a national government, 24 provinces, 2,056 municipalities. Now, regarding territorial planning, we are working or having agreements with the municipalities and provinces. We have 7 provinces that are dealing with a law to implement a habitat law where each lotting that is done in the province will have a percentage that will go to the municipal land bank or a provincial land bank, so as to have accessible land for the majorities. So we are working on this. We're strengthening the provinces institutionally so they have the installed capacity and the equipment. And we also have contests on planning and other things that are important. We had we were working with the IDP we couldn't work on the planning of new lots with services. In the Plan 5 that we have already approved, we could work in the settlement, but also to plan to where we're going to develop the city, and the national state buying the land can do lotting with services and to plan the place where the people are going to live. And with CAFA, we have worked in a project that is about to be signed that has to do with pre-investments. We're going to work with each of the provinces where they are going to develop their own projects and to be able to finance it both with national financing as well as multilateral entities. And this will allow us to save between 9 to 10 months, which is what an international project costs. So we think that these 2 tools are fundamental. And to finish, when we started our government, we created a national recovery plan, housing recovery plan. And today we have delivered in these 3 years 70,000 keys to families that already have their home, and we are executing 440 houses. For us, it will be difficult to recover this quotas, and we made an agreement, and each province will recover this money so that it is reinvested in the housing and the habitat of these areas that are built with provincial money. Minister, I want to give you the chance. Thank you. Now, regarding the question of the colleague, it is important to say that the national government needs to work in articulation with the local governments. It is the local governments that can manage the soil. And it is important for us to have programs and projects to train and strengthen the internal capacities in the municipalities through this initiative that I was mentioning, Premio Habitat, which is focused to formulating urban projects with an approach to climate change to give response both for mitigation as well as adaptation to climate change. So what we want is to have a series of sessions where the national government works with the local governments to strengthen capacities of the local government so that they can propose these types of projects and can also be used later on. Regarding sustainability, the community sustainability, is important to say that in Ecuador, we work with this project that I had mentioned, which is a project that helps us strengthen the livelihood of all the families that live there. This is social accompaniment that is provided throughout a year or 3 years, depending on the social housing project, where the social managers do a follow-up, a weekly follow-up through an established methodology that allows us to know how they are relating to each other and how can the government contribute. For example, social strengthening programs, social inclusion, ventures that may allows them to have access to reinsertion after the pandemics in the economic area.
Con esto, with this, we thank you all for your time. And just to say that in this panel, we have dealt with cross-sectional approach within the mitigation. The elements we're innovating in this region, but we are creating an important innovation in terms of the adaptation instrument. We need to continue working all together, probably through climate funds. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Tatiana Gallegos. Agradecemos a los y las participantes de este panel.
Thank you. We have relevant conclusions out of this panel and for resilient cities out of the climate change. In this way, we're finishing the first day of this 31st Assembly of Ministers and Authorities of Housing and Urbanism in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now you're all invited to a cocktail party, and you will have a surprise also, the Ministry of Housing of Chile, and the buses are going to be available for you after the cocktail party. Thank you so much for being part of this meeting, and we'll continue tomorrow with the exclusive participation of the authorities of housing and urbanism. And okay, have a nice stay in the country.